tank skin, right? As you all know, this golden number 5. We actually use 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin drops, hoping for a new number. So, 41 seconds after release, we got the number 890. And the second lahat is 1,102 after 1,000 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 206 skins were sold in a stand. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So here's my shooting list. It says like 9,500 diamonds each, which is one of the jumps. But don't panic, if you can have fun, I've got you. It's not the fun, because we're rushing. So try to go there, let's see some fun. If you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
No ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like East to the southeast. Takas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Ako si Hans Galleria and together with me is none other than Miss Jamie Fournier. Welcome back, dude.
Thank you so much, Hans, for the warm welcome. And to our super fans, maayong adlaw sa inyong tanan. I'm so happy to be back, especially on a day that celebrates family.
Now, Jamie, I want to know, considering that you're a mom, what is the best way to spend time with your family?
You know what, Hans? Nothing beats quality time. So we really make sure to spend time together doing the things that we love, like watching our favorite shows together. Kagaya na lang sa pagtutok sa MPL Philippines ngayon.
Alam mo, gaya nga ng nasabi ko kahapon, the family that watches MPL together definitely stays together.
And I'm sure, Hans, yung Team Bahay, yung mga nanonood ngayon are excited to get the show started because balita ko, narinig ko kahapon, Hans, there might be a team that will get into the playoffs today.
At posible na malaman natin yan sa pagtatapos ng araw na ito. Kaya oras na para muli nating masaksihan ang lakas ng Pinas dito lang sa MPL Philippines Season 15.
What is up, family, and welcome to Family Day Sunday here. It's the English desk, and it's the final day of Week 6 ahead of us. We got 2 matches for you guys. What is up, guys? I'm Nice to.
I'm Rockhart.
I'm on Gennaro.
All right, let's move to... No, joking.
I thought we could do that, but we can't.
Oh, I thought we
cannot,
could do it too.
sorry.
I know you guys might be wondering if you're on the right broadcast. You are.
Yeah.
We had midnight here yesterday.
I know.
Now we are blessed with Antianara. Antianara, how
It's
we
been
doing?
so long. I've been here season 12 playoffs and it's been 3 seasons. I'm happy to be back. I'm happy to be here in the English stream and I'm happy to deliver all of these matches with these handsome guys with me.
We welcome you. And
Sure,
also,
I'm handsome for sure.
you are. You are. I think a lot of people have. A lot of people have seen come to the conclusion,
I'll take
Rockhart.
that, but
Yes.
Anyway, while they figure that out, we are going to go ahead and just get to the matches, of course. Today, we've got 2 matches ahead of us, like we mentioned. And it's already, it's Week 6. Week 6 is about to be over, and which leaves us with 2 regular season weeks left after today. Now, before all that, we got to thank our sponsors. Of course, it's Infinix. You can play like a pro with Infinix GT 20 Pro, the MPL tournament phone.
And grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off and, of course, exclusive freebies.
Because in GT20 Pro, sigurado ang hashtag lakas sa laro.
Hey.
That's very Tagalog of you.
I
Very
know,
Tagalog
I'm
of you.
sorry.
Wow, welcome back.
I have to acclimate, you know.
Slowly but surely, we'll get there.
Later, we'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll give you another shot here. But you guys can also level up your savings for an epic tomorrow.
Open up a hashtag Save Up account today via the BPI app. Just one ID and in just 5 minutes, you'll be able to open up an account.
And also, you have a chance to win 1,250 diamonds. It's now easier to save and your in-game experience will be more epic. A more epic tomorrow, open it with BPI.
I'm so proud of you. All right. You know, this is the thing, guys. Again, thank you to our sponsors. Now, I know a lot of people, especially this weekend, we've announced some of the teams locking in the spots here for the playoffs. We all know that when we get in this point of the regular season, things start to get a little spicy. We start to see teams that lock in spots for the playoffs. Again, we have 8 teams, only 6 move on to the playoffs. And so far, there's how many spots left? 2. There's 2. So we had Falcons lock in secure yesterday. That's what we got to witness. So we're down to 2 spots. And for a lot of our teams out there, a lot of the fan bases of the teams still looking to secure that are kind of sitting on the edge of their seat as they get through this week. Because right now we're going to take a look at the standings to see how things fell into place after the past 2 days already. And as you guys can see, there it is, right in the green. Playoffs secured for the 4 teams up there.
Yeah, it's been so fast. I think we've reached a point wherein these teams are at a time limit already. Last 2-3 weeks in now. And the regular season flew by so fast that we are 2 standings left, 2 slots left up for the playoffs. So entering this day specifically, these teams have got to up their game and show really what they're made of.
You really got to up your game because right now, only 2 slots remaining and one of them is looking like we kind of know who's gonna take it, right? I mean,
That's such a disparity. 5-1.
5-1. That's a huge margin. And now after this week, it's gonna be just 3 teams fighting for a slot. Obviously, the top 6 teams are gonna have to fight for that upper bracket. So that's something that's gonna happen around week 7 to 8. But then again, it's still gonna be a long season.
Yeah, and again, this is our focus for today. And as Rakhar mentioned, you know, you guys can probably guess one of the teams getting closest to that next spot is TNC, as they are going to be going against Twisted Minds here on our first match in this best of 3 today. Later on, we have TLPH versus Omega, which, you know, again, even if you're from the barangay here and you're for Smart Omega, if for somehow, some reason, they are able to take a game from TLPH. You gotta remember those final 3 teams in the standings right now, all sitting at 1 point. Any win that they're able to get, whether that be now for Smart Omega or the teams in the next weeks of the regular season, is going to be massive for that last spot, because it's essentially it's neck and neck for all those 3 teams that will be fighting for that. TNC would have to do something completely outrageous if they don't lock in the next spot. But so far, with the addition of, we've seen a lot of Coil, 3 Martizi also, and they've been winning games.
Yeah, I think just bouncing off of that conversation about the shuffling of the teams right now for TNC, so far it's been very effective to them, because that lineup with TNC being Fielding and Coil and 3 Martizi has been very effective. They haven't lost, again, a series so far. So now that they might be shuffling things a little bit, I'm not spoiling anything, there might be changes also with the way they perform.
That's true. Big shuffle and familiar faces, bigger battles just means like we got a lot of people who just really know each other. A lot of friends turn to foes here.
I think that's been our storyline for the majority of season 15. You know, when we came into this, we're like, yeah, there are some new organizations obviously competing here in the MPL Philippines, but a lot of the players that were shuffled around or brought back to the home grounds here in the Philippines, you know, they start battling old teammates, old friends, old rivalries, new ones are formed, you know, and it's been great because even with that,
new ones are formed, you know.
That too, you know,
you guys remember that?
The glorious poses.
I know. And
you
then,
know? That, what is that?
Sorry.
What is that?
What is that?
No, you know
What
what
do we call
Yawi did? I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
I don't
we
know
did-
what it's
What do we call it?
It's the
It's the ground beef.
yes, the ground beef.
Which is so funny. I've always wondered why it's called
Right,
the
it's
guinea
ground
ling.
beef.
ground beef.
Why
ground
is it the
beef.
guinea ling? Is that grinding the beef?
Because in Filipino, you're grinding something as you're gilling something.
Yeah, or maybe because
Right?
it's the hip movement, right? You are moving your hips. Yeah.
Okay,
Why
well-
are we doing it here on the chair?
No, we're not. Hey, the dancing is over. We
Okay,
finished
done.
that last
Yeah.
month.
Last
remember?
month.
Last month we,
That's so last month.
our best dancers are in a different country right now, by the way. So, but yeah, as you guys mentioned, or as we mentioned earlier on, TNC is very close to locking in that spot.
Yep.
They've got one scenario where they just need to actually win this match.
Yeah.
Another scenario is if they lose this against Twisted Minds, let's say Twisted Minds wins this next match, Omega loses against TLPH, then TNC is going to have 5 points. Max, Omega, Twisted, and AP Brand capped at 5 points. Omega, Twisted, and AP Brand, they still have matches against each other, so leading to at least 2 of them dropping points. There's a whole lot there that could actually happen for the bottom 3 teams. Again, if you're a part of the Phoenix Army and you're rooting for TNC, this could be a pretty big moment, I feel like, for them, because you got to remember, when was the last time we saw TNC in the playoffs?
Oh my gosh. I think, if I remember correctly, it's been 3 years. Season
years.
9.
3 years.
Last saw them.
That's correct.
And that's their best performance so far. But then again, as what Nice has been mentioning just a while ago, there are 2 scenarios. Just TNC needs to win against Twisted Minds. But in the case that they don't, the second matchup, TLPH should win against OMG.
Yeah, either way, any of these scenarios happen, it's gonna go to TNC.
Yeah.
So basically, worst case scenario is if TNC loses and if Omega wins, then we still have some things to talk about in week 7 for that last spot, 5th slot.
And that's what I'm saying, man. Like, honestly, with the way TNC's been performing, they would have to really fumble here.
That's like a massive fumble.
Yeah.
It has to be super massive.
At that point, I'm going to start believing in curses. I don't know. Like,
I know you're a Kabarangay. Come on, man. You're a Kabarangay.
Oh my
you
gosh.
know, I say I am a Kabarangay because my middle name is Omega.
He's Omega.
Like you know, so I came into the league as a fan being like, that's my team.
You just grew on him, you know?
It grew on me. But right now, like I said, that's the thing. It's going to be really kind of crazy if TNC isn't the next team to lock in the playoff spot. And so I do expect them.
Yep. I think they're gonna have a
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kung sakaling nakita niyo yung mga players kanina, nandito rin ako. At kasama ko, walang iba kundi ang former coach, former analyst, and current team. Ang dami mong tinalon, no? Ang dami mong tinalon. Coach Scholar, paano? Grabe yung suporta ng mga boys. Ang dami, all around, Mr. All Around. Scholar, gusto ko malaman, you've been here since season 9. Okay? And ano bang meron? Kamusta ang team ngayon? Pati ba ikaw nape-pressure ka na knowing na isang match na lang, playoff secured na kayo?
Siyempre, may onting pressure pero parang mas napapalitan siya ng excitement sa laban namin. Kasi, yun nga, since season 9 yung last namin na nakapasok kami sa playoffs. So, ito yung chance namin na makuha na namin yung playoffs na ganito kaaga. So,
alam mo, gusto ko ring malaman kasi you're, I believe, one of the remaining people dun sa OG na season 9 roster dito sa TNC. In the midst of all of the ups and downs, ba't ka nagstay? Diba? Ba't ka nagstay? Ba't ka nagstay? Kailangan namin malaman yan.
Kaya talaga ako nagstay kasi gusto ko talagang i-return yung favor sa mga boss namin na nagtiwala sa akin simula una hanggang ngayon. Yun talaga.
And I'm sure, napapanood ka nila ngayon. O, kita mo, standing ovation ng boys na gustuhan nila ang sagot. Okay? Since sinusuportahan ka nila, oras mo naman para magbigay ng suporta sa kanila. Ano bang nakita mo sa kanila? In-expect mo ba na ganito kaaga, nabanggit mo, makukuha nyo kaagad yung playoff spot with this roster that you have right here?
Ayun, syempre sa totoo lang hindi ganito kaaga yung in-expect ko since bagong buo kami na team. Tapos yun, gusto ko lang sabihin sa kanila na na sobrang na-appreciate ko silang lahat kasi
yakapin mo nga, coach. Yakapin nyo! Pero hindi. Teka lang, since nabanggit mo na sila or na at least nabigyan mo na sila, nag-huddle na rin kayo kanina, yung mga kalaban nyo naman, dati mong naging player or should I say, dati mong naging teammate per se na si Escalera na nandoon naman sa kabila playing for Twisted Minds. Ano bang mensahe mo sa kanya?
Escalera, good luck. Galingan mo.
Naubos. Pero sige, yun lang yun, casters. We're about to see if TNC can make their way onto the playoffs or will Twisted Minds get a much-needed win. Balik sa inyo. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Hans, there. And okay, so for our international viewers, let's go ahead. Anthony, do you want to go ahead and translate or a TLDR real quick on what happened there?
Yeah, I think really what Coach Scholar, former Coach Scholar, he's just Scholar now. He's the team manager of TNC now. I think what he wanted to really get at is the fact that he stayed with TNC. And after 3 long years, finally making it this close to the playoffs again, he's really happy to be here witnessing that moment.
Yeah, and this week we can ask our community here. You guys can go ahead and answer this. Which season of MPL Philippines was the last time TNC qualified for the playoffs? Coach Scholar mentioned that.
Yeah.
So is it A, season 10, B, season 9, C, season 8, or D, season 7? And so you guys kind of can understand what's at stake here, I guess, for them in a way that this is a big accomplishment if they go and win this and lock in that spot. Now, I do hope, as someone who has enjoyed seeing TNC on this rise this season, because I feel like over the seasons we've always been constantly saying the same thing about TNC. I would love to see them continue on momentum-wise, get to the playoffs, and have the best finish in the playoffs that they've had.
That's right. We've been all through it.
Yeah, we have.
We've all been through like Biyaheng Tagumpay.
Yeah.
We've been through Rising from the Dead. It's like, it's about time, isn't it?
It's been so long.
We're rooting for them. Not only that, the battle emotes. You guys can help root for them as well. New battle emotes are now available until August 5th for 109 diamonds only.
Yep, you get the new emotes from Rora, TLPH, and Twisted. And if you haven't gotten them yet, Onyx and Omega and TNC's battle emotes are returning. Now, I believe we might have to make a decision here.
What are we doing?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
You guys
What
are
we
predicting?
thinking?
Yeah.
We're already predicting.
So now we are showing our support for your favorite MPL team, and you can buy them now at the in-game shop.
I'm gonna predict TNC gets this.
No, me, just for the kicks.
Just for the kicks.
Yeah.
That's
We'll
for the
see.
kicks. You're going
Yeah.
twist minds.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone. The desk can't be unanimous here, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sorry.
I'm going to go with TNC. Like I said, I want to see them lock in the playoff spot as early as now with this series and then go from that point, and hopefully they're able to go ahead and soar and rise through the playoffs. I think that would be a great story for them. At the same time, they've showed a couple different versions of their team, and so far, they've found pretty good success. I'm wondering who's all going to be playing this time, because that's the thing. Once some of the the players start switching
Shuffling,
around, shuffling
yeah.
around, we're like, huh, I wonder which one we're going to see this time. So who knows here? We'll know in just a second as the teams are getting ready to walk in. But you guys can let us know as well. Is it going to be TNC for you guys? Are you guys predicting TNC, or is it going to be Twisted Minds?
Woo!
It's
Yeah.
spicy.
It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot, man.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun here today.
We're going to have some fun here. Family Sunday. Let's go ahead and welcome out the teams and our marshals out on the stage for this matchup.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, Chico, David, and Patrick. To rise or a twist for the playoffs, it's TNC Pro Team versus Twisted Minds. At the EXP lane, you have KarlTzy and James. At jungle, you have Zaida and MP the King. At the mid lane, you have our mid laner of the week, Lancey, and our KDA machine, KarlTzy. At Rome, you have Yaoi and Escalera. And at gold, you have Benny Cutie and Outplayed. And their coaches, Coach Imba DJ and Coach Bonchan. Finally making their way for a playoff push or a much-needed win, Benny Cutie, Outplayed, step forward. Benny Cutie, this is a much-needed win. Paano nyo makukuha to? Ano ang palag mo?
Papalag ka siguro, papalag ako kaya galingan mo.
Papalag ako, kaya galingan mo. Outplayed, paano nyo naman makukuha to? Ano naman ang palag mo?
Bibigyan lang namin po sila ng magandang laban.
Pagandahan na lang ng laban. Fist bump, gentlemen. Twisted Minds, TNC Pro Team, teams, fans, mag-ingay tayong lahat para sa paparating na laban na ito. It's a much-needed victory. Kaya naman, casters, pasok.
Great job, Hans, on the introductions there. Love to see it. And yes, the teams are ready. We're going to kick it off with TNC Pro Team.
TNC Pro Team started the season so hot, and they were able to actually really climb up and down. It's not like they've been getting non-stop wins, but you know what? This iteration should be very interesting. Zaida subbing in for Coil, despite Coil not really having that many losses under his belt yet.
Yeah, right now, Coil's 4-0. I think he is so far in the 2 matches he's played. And he's done a phenomenal job, and it's good that, hey, Zaida comes back in for this. Maybe, send him in and see how he does alongside 3Mar, because across from them, some familiar faces for both these teams, but it's Twisted Minds PH.
Yeah, it's interesting how this lineup from Twisted Minds have 3 members in them who used to be teammates with the right now TNC Pro Team members. We have James and Outplayed being teammates with Biawi, and Benny Cutie and the Pass and Escalera being in the TNC Pro Team before. So definitely the familiarity should have been there. And although the TNC's performance during round 1 has been very wonderful, they were able to really show ground beef against Outplayed. It's up to Outplayed and the rest of Twisted Minds how to bounce back right now with their performance.
Yep, and looking at the breakdown here for the stats too, obviously Twisted Minds has struggled. They have been the team to bring out some interesting picks, I would say.
Yeah.
For the most part, they're one of the teams that has constantly tried to twist that meta, and a lot of times it hasn't worked for them. I would love to see them. I said this pretty well yesterday too. I was like, man, I think Twisted Minds might be trying to bend it a little bit too far to the side and like go back to the foundation to what's going to work for them, because they need to get these points, man. If they want to be that one of those teams that is locking in eventually the last spot for the playoffs, then they might have to just bring things back a little bit and then just worry about the execution, because TNC has been able to do that and really hone in on what makes them so strong.
Yeah, and we've had words yesterday where we were saying over and over again, you're trying to be too creative, man.
Yes. Maybe notch it down a little bit, and then maybe spin the meta more. That's how they will be able to, in a way, get their momentum back and be able to get this win against TNC.
Hopefully so, but first off, we got to see how the players prepare with ultra-fast 5G connectivity, the ping test.
MP, turuan mo ako ng mga malulupit mo. Pre. Kapag talo, palitan nyo 4, si AJ tira. We, kung alam mo lang, mahal na mahal kita pa, we. Di kita kayang saktan, boy. Mahal na mahal kita, boy. Kung yung mahal na mahal kong jowa. First time manood ng jowa ko, feel ko, eto na yun eh. Hoy, tingin kayo, sarap. Isipin nyo yung bata na yung pre, nagpagod bumiyahe para lang mamanood tayo. Galing mag-rate rin MP ha. Sana, ganyan mamaya MP ha.
Mag-best friend yan. Outplayed and Zaida. Connection. Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. Ay, Season 1, Season 2. Sila naghahari ng MDL. O si James pa pala. James outplayed Zaida. Feel ko pa nagsama-sama ulit kayo. Feel ko pwede. Alis kaming lahat sa TNC. Buuin yun. Dynasty ata yun eh. Medyo bad boy pero di pa dadaeg. Galing pa lang magbasa eh, no? Ay pa bumalik. Ay pa bumalik. Para nag-golden ka, overextend. Overextend ka eh. Mapapunish ka talaga.
That's a very vocal Benny.
Wow, I have not seen Benny talk that much.
I was going to say, I've never seen Benny Cutie talk that much.
What? And he was so animated, right? He was describing everything his teammates have been saying.
Let's go ahead and describe our Infinix keys to victory for this matchup, Andy.
Yep, I think most interestingly enough, the storm your way into the players of TNC Pro Team's keys to victory really points as to how Benny Cutie should be able to deliver a very wonderful and solid performance for the side of the Phoenix Army, because again, they only need one more win to be able to secure the playoffs spot. Whereas for Outplayed, Retaliate against the Express, we all know how TNC has been named the Phoenix Express this season because of their performance with a very fast-paced and micro-oriented team fight mechanics. So now they have to circle back in as to how will we be able to counter these things, knowing that these players are familiar to us. We used to be teammates with them. So for Outplayed, for Outplayed and James specifically, they should be able to get ahead of how Yawi will perform as well as Benny Cutie to be able to counter out the performance from the Phoenix Army in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think, you know, again, the familiarity between these players is what's going to be showcased here in the matchup. I would like to see, again, for Twisted Minds specifically, to really hone in on this and stop the Express, #1, but also just maybe they're able to go ahead and have one of those quick victories themselves.
Yeah.
And it could come down because we've seen the kind of patterns of the drafting since Kalea was available and since that patch did come out a couple weeks ago. We're going to have side selection here. Blue side at 4 TNC. They have that almost a 55% win rate for them. But again, we've seen a lot of the banning patterns kind of fit a meta now, I would say. A lot of the teams do like to contest for the Kalea if they don't ban it out, and that seems to be pretty strong right now, especially yesterday. I mean, when you think about how much, like, when Ogwin was playing it and how he got it, what, back-to-back in that one matchup, it proved to be such a nuisance for teams to deal with. So I'd like to see if that's going to be contested and if Twisted Minds has a different plan here. So jumping into this draft, we're going to see already, teams still respect the Alice ban, by the way. So Alice, Phovius, Matilda are going to be banned out by TNC. Twisted Minds will actually take out the Kalea, the Fanny, and we'll see what the last one is. If they take out the Jushin, oh no, they take out the Louis.
Sushin's out.
Yeah, Louis. So I think right now for TNC, they could go with potential Suyu or Granger for the first pick since the Kalea has been banned. And so far, bouncing off of what Naisu has been talking about, right? Whenever a Kalea isn't banned in the red side, it's always been picked first side on the blue side. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But it's been 2 weeks since Kalea has been opened Correct. 2 weeks, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So right now, teams should have gone their way out of being familiar with her already.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm already pretty good at it too,
Yeah.
you know. So 90% win rate.
Yeah.
So
She has a 90%, or you.
You,
have
yeah,
a
yeah,
I have a 9% win rate. I'm just saying.
You know. Sorry. We've been playing the other night.
I like this. I like
And
this.
we were on a lose streak. What?
Hey, well, we evened out a
Yeah.
little bit.
Did you play
Rockhart and
Kalea?
I.
Did you guys?
We won a bit.
Did you play
We
Kalea?
won half of the games.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not bad, right?
Yeah.
I like
not
this.
bad.
I like this new rock hard era, the flex,
Yeah.
the flex era.
You know, top Mandaluyong Hylos, man. Come on.
Okay, Hilda and Granger.
Oh, look at that.
You know what? Twisted Minds loves this.
Yeah.
Loves this pick. This Hilda.
Hilda,
pick.
I know. They've been sacrificing so much for it.
I got to talk to Coach Bonchan 2 weeks ago
Yeah.
about this Hilda. The thing about this is that it opens up a possibility for a Harith Joy combination because there's one bruiser in the XP that's physically oriented. So I think really goes to show that they respect the Hilda so much because of the space given and the inherent damage that a Hilda has, especially against the backliners of a TNC Pro Team in this lineup specifically.
True.
Yeah.
Yesterday, though, the Hilda did kind of suffer, especially in the hands of James, right?
Yeah.
So I really wonder if that's going to change either way today. We do have a Jawhead there on the other side, but maybe after you play around the ejector,
Yep.
you know, the Hilda could really do some damage.
Yep.
Well, you provide a lot of vision there, but I still love this combination too that TNC's rocking with the Jawhead and the Suyo combo. It can be quite deadly in the early game, especially if they decide to go ahead and pick off early on.
Yeah.
That might be a little bit troublesome for Twisted Minds, and that's honestly what I've wanted to see from them the whole season so far up to this point was, man, lock in that early game a little bit better for Twisted Minds. And, you know, now that teams have really kind of honed in on, all right, they take out the Alice against Twisted Minds, one of the only teams that forces that ban out, you know, because they don't want to deal with the what we saw MP do in the beginning of the season, then it seems like they just kind of have trouble locking an early game, and then they lose the game before it even gets to that, you know, mid to late game part. So maybe on the last two picks, Twisted Minds will go ahead and build something out. We're one ban away from finishing that up from TNC.
I'm thinking that Twisted Minds is now setting up a Farsa pick because of this Hylos and Badanga bans. Right now, a Farsa will be very great in their lineup only because of the space it gives the team. We all know and consider Farsa as a, what do you call that? The Farsa and Eve. Before we used to call
The Squid
them
Game.
The Squid Game?
Yeah,
Setting
so
up the Squid Game
yeah,
right
so definitely right now also I think Wolf mentioned it to me last week when we were together. Farsa might be the strongest mage in the meta.
I actually agree because of especially the changes with the wings by wings, and of course the damage output adjustment. I believe Farsa right now is underutilized.
Yeah. Doesn't Feathered Airstrike also come down faster? Like, isn't the animation?
No, yeah, see?
There it is.
Sorry.
There it
no, because of the passive also of the Farsa.
Yeah, the passive.
That's what's been
hits
adjusted.
faster. That hits faster. Yeah.
Well, Farsa just is that hero right now in the mid lane. There's a glue. Coming up in the last pick here, they still need the
mid
lane.
Valentina. I think Valentina is great.
At least you got a Farsa ult if you want
Yeah,
one.
and kind of make it a Venn diagram instead of a Squid Game.
Yeah. Yeah. my mind processed for a while. I'm sorry.
Sorry
And,
about that.
it's been a while since I've been in algebra.
I know, it's been a hot minute, right?
Oh.
Listen, it's not a Valentina. I was surprised.
Interesting. I think though with this Vexana pick, they are really doubling down on crowd control as compared to Valentina. I'm just thinking if the kit of Vexana will be enough to survive the Joy's burst.
True.
Considering that this Joy would probably go to the back lines because he wouldn't be able to target the Harith freely.
Yeah.
So maybe just a little bit more careful from Lancy moving forward.
Yeah, with this matchup, I can imagine a lot like Vexana just panic ulting
I know, yeah.
right on himself, so not really helping the team fight, but here we go. A Tigreal coming out here for Escalera.
That's what they needed, though. They needed to be able to grab a Tigreal and have a little bit more of a tanky front line because your Hilda's going to, like, James is going to be doing the work. He's going to be trying to provide vision, so... And if he gets caught for some reason, at least you have this Tigreal that can set things up with the implosion. Now, that would be a great thing to utilize with the fact that they have a ton of magic damage that they can overload with early game. So I was talking about it earlier. I was like, man, I want to see Twisted Minds lock in the early game. they should be able to at least get things going here. Now, we have seen before, if Joy gets delayed, you're kind of just stuck to farming. You know, like, you're just going to be farming across the map, and we know how fast Asuyo can move, especially with the Jawhead. So, one last look here at the lineups for Twisted Minds and TNC Pro Team. Again, a crucial match ahead for both teams, but specifically TNC. If they can draw first blood in the series, the best of 3 to get closer to locking in the next spot for the playoffs. First time in a long time for TNC. If they're able to do that, let's go ahead and jump into the Land of Dawn.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Early into the matchup, we might be seeing a fast rotation coming from the side of TNC Pro Team because again, of the Jawhead and the Vexana combo. One Cursed Blast and one Ejector play might be enough to clear out the mid lane earlier on into the matchup. So the threat now for Twisted Minds is how will they be able to counter out that rotation with their lineup?
That is true, and it's gonna take a while for both these teams to wrap up anyway, and a big bruiser battle is probably gonna erupt here somewhere soon. Free Martisi even joining the fight.
You have Tigreal with the focusing mark emblem, so you know that's what I was saying. Hey, you go get those the crowd control off with the Tigreal. You might actually be able to burst someone down even quicker now.
Yeah.
With the Farsa on your side too.
Yeah, I think also with the adjustment of focusing mark, it really highlights the fact that their opponent, teammates, can be able to dish out 30% more damage output.
Yeah, and chase him out there like the Yaoi, throwing it out with the ejector for James. James in trouble here. He's going down first blood. But HGZ is close. The rest of the team is here. And good damage on that electrifying beats.
No.
Free Martisi still in the fight though. Escalera and HGZ got MP the King's back.
That's a good catch from TNC Pro Team and Twisted Minds. A lot of these things are happening because, again, of the fast rotation that we have been mentioning just a while ago. Right now, with this glue being alive and Yaoi only dying, I would say that's very much worth it for TNC Pro Team heading into the first circle.
Yeah, so they go in, they get a pick off. That's good for them, but I want to say, you know, Twisted Minds to get on the board and the kill going over the MP the King, and that's going to give him some of that confidence to go and hopefully maybe grab an objective too. That's one thing that Twisted Minds has had trouble with, is really kind of securing these objectives early on. Now, if they get the scaling going, that's going to be great for the Joys. So already they'll rotate on over to that turtle. Escalera doesn't have that implosion yet, not level 4, so he's going to have to rely on James to kind of scout things out.
Ooh, Lancey's just got the Eternal Guard, and Free Martisi can also kind of go split. But right now, it seems like it's Twisted going on the offensive here. Down goes the Eternal Guard, but looks like they're not going to be able to get in time for the turtle contest. TNC looks like they're going to be happy with just one kill on the James, though.
What's really good with that is really the strength of a Hilda that we have been talking about a while ago, but an implosion play.
Oh my goodness, Yaoi might be in trouble here. Another pickup here coming in from Twisted.
That was a good response. I mean, Yaoi's like, okay, I got this.
One more!
Oh, there we go, Twisted Minds.
Pop off, Kings, because right now Twisted Minds is really taking control of everything. Everything is going in the favor of Twisted Minds right now. From the pick-offs into the objectives, they're able to translate everything into their side.
That was a little bit of advanced thinking right there. Y'all got outplayed.
Yeah, well, Zyda's still going to be able to get the buff. But yeah, good response so far from Twisted Minds. They've been able to get control. Oh.
Look at that. Yaoi's just really out for blood today, looks like it. But Escalera's clear. Escalera's close by. He's got some vision. He knows there's no immediate danger.
Okay, meanwhile, I'll play.
Oh, come on. Seriously, non-stop aggression from both of these teams. Even Benny Cutie trying to get something done here against the Granger, but looks like it's going to be no-go.
You see what's interesting here is that a lot of early skirmishes, not necessarily translating into kills, but still the aggression from both of these teams just goes to show how much they are out for blood right now, especially for TNC, that they are one win away. And for Twisted, they are looking for more wins right now.
Yeah, you want to see that. That again, with what's at play here for TNC to get to the playoffs. You want to see this fight from Twisted Minds. You want to have a full game series. If they're going to lock it in and TNC ends up winning, then Twisted Mind makes it happen. If not, it's also a huge win for Twisted Minds if they beat TNC here, because it at least gives them a little breathing room going into their next matches for week 7 and 8 moving forward.
You got to commend them for the giggle, man.
The giggle.
Which is an official English word in the
Really?
Oxford Dictionary.
I saw that, yeah, I saw
yes,
that.
it is.
Oh,
we can use giggle now.
How do they describe it again?
It's cute aggression.
Cute aggression, really?
It is. Cute something. But anyway, they're going to go get the turtle. And looks like TNC just happy to take it slow as well. MP the King, though, trying to get something done. Got a lot of gold from those shields.
Yeah, I think this is also what Naisu has been mentioning a while ago.
Whoa.
That, oh my God!
There it is.
Goodbye, Yowie.
Goodbye, Yowie. And maybe that's why they picked up this Hilda, right? Just to be able to do stuff like that.
What was I mentioning earlier?
Yeah, that MP the King should be able to rotate very wonderfully. And with that, being able to get all of the gold plating up top, they are able to ensure that MP the King has snowball potential now.
True. It's usually MP the King going ham in the first place anyway. Like, he loves to go ham on that Joy.
Yeah, he does. He's got to get that lead, and it's good that he has this. I'm surprised that turret didn't go down. I was expecting it to. Oh.
Escalera, that's a long, a very long unstoppable force there by Yowie. Escalera, though, has enough tankiness to withstand at least for now, though.
That's always the thing about playing the Jawhead, right? You're always going to be like, when you lock in with the unstoppable force, you're like, well, I'm on for the ride.
It's unstoppable for a reason.
That is true.
That's very true. So
They're
with
having
this,
a lot of fun here in the mid, man.
Yeah, you just get to this point where you kind of rely on these roamers both to set things up. Yowie has been trying.
Yeah.
And I feel like at most part, he's just going to have to continue to kind of sacrifice himself, because if you think about it, you don't have that coverage that Twisted Minds has right now, where they have the Hilda and they also have the Tigreal to help them out. Where it's on TNC, it's more Yowie, go for a pickoff.
It's
you know?
only him.
Yeah, like 3 Mart is a part of that, yes, on the glue, but he's got to be able to go ahead and respond and then find his own placements like this.
Oh boy, here comes the big boom booms coming in from the back. MP getting good damage on that Joy, and still TNC feels like they want to go. Ejector is ready, but no go for Yowie. James gets a kill. Benny Cutie is here as well. He's far from the 7 force. He can't really get the proc in, but Zyda and Lancey cleans it up.
Wow. What a very fast-paced matchup that we have right now. No ultimates for all of our roamers, but still, it's not yet done. It seems that Twisted Mind still wanted to be able to get something out of this turtle skirmish.
Okay, so it's going to go for the reset here. TNC will get control of it. We'll see if MP jumps in.
Here's MP. You know he's going to jump in, but will not be successful, at least for now. Zyda being on point with the Retribution so far.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see, the strength of Asuyu really relies on the fact that his first skill plus the Retribution has much more damage compared to all of the other junglers. So it's going to be one-on-one without anyone distracting the Suyu. It's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, it's hard to contest the Suyo, and that's, again, why it's such a prio.
Yeah.
Such a priority for a lot of the teams just globally right now, because it's so strong in the objective takes, but also the damage and everything else, and the escapability. We've seen that showcased from time to time from different players here in the league. And so you find yourselves now with that little bit of an advantage, but Twisted Minds holds on.
Here we go.
Conceal is going to be used from Escalera.
Look at that. That's a very early use of Conceal here from Escalera.
I didn't know if he was going to like flicker forward and try to catch someone, but looks like they just call it off. They can't really, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to find much. They're still a minute away from this Lord. But I will say, Twisted Minds has a pretty good take at the first Lord.
Yeah.
If they're able to just land wherever Escalera is looking to pick someone off of the implosion. So that's kind of what they can rely on. And I think that's why the Hilda works so great, when it's like, all right, James, just go scout for me. You know, like scout for me and show me that information. That's exactly what he's doing there.
I think that's really the difference with the lineup from TNC compared to Twisted Minds. James can freely do that, whereas for 3 KarlTzy, he has to think twice a little bit before he does that, because of the implosion coming up from the side of Twisted Minds. So right now, with James being like this, it's going to be deadly for TNC.
Very deadly indeed. Look at that. Yawi actually absorbing so much damage. Could be going down soon. Nice cancel on there for Benny Cutie. Some good chrono dashes. And of course, Synchrovision's just doing good damage to Twisted.
That's really interesting because now Lord's going to be up in a couple seconds here. They did expend that. And I'm still, surprised Yawi actually went and used the toss-up in the Unbreakable there. But so it should be back online by this fight because, Benny Cutie's got to wait for the Zaman Force too as they rotate up. But you can already see Twisted Minds getting in position. They want to force TNC off of this, but everyone will rotate back up now. And all ultimates are available.
Oh, that's a big committal here with a flicker. Escalator will go down. Emo is going to be used up. But look at that. Free Martisi in the back line, making sure they can't really join. They can't really help out Escalera. And they are running for the hills.
Free Martisi.
Look at that, boy. James is up front, but he is also low HP. That's going to be trouble, and there's just no way they can get near enough to go for the retry. That's TNC with the Lord.
Wow, decisive play coming from Yawi. Picks off the roam from Twisted Minds and gets him the Lord off of it.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty now of the Jawhead. We've seen Yawi try to do that multiple times but failing, but now that it has worked, we really see the isolation factor coming from a Jawhead's ejector plus Unstoppable Force. As long as he is able to target the right character, in this case, that's Escalera, it's going to be very much worth it for them because they have enough capability to burst and kite down their opponents, especially now that Benny Cutie will be able to build Holy Crystal in a while.
Yeah. That is a 10-minute Holy Crystal, very early. With all of this, right?
Yeah, at this point too, I will say, they got the Lord, but Twisted Minds is actually going to have a pretty good composition to go ahead and clear this out. So it is going to be work for TNC if they can actually get towards these base turrets. You can already see that tier 2 does go down. Lord already at half health, so it's going to be cleared out. Yawi will go in.
Charged in with the Unstoppable Force once more, but looks like this time around, Yawi got stuck a little bit between a rock and a hard place. There's James up on front. Yawi goes down. It looks like they're going to keep the siege going.
That's the troublesome part about it. They still go.
Benny Cutie, I think they're happy that they saw the Synchrovision being used up, the Zaman Force being used up. But look, Zyda up on front. Twisted Minds just can't make an advance.
Yeah, as of now, Twisted Minds are setting up place. What a great punishment from Yawi from that overextension. But they have to replicate that again. Right now, they don't need to focus on Yawi like this.
Yeah, they look for Benny Cutie and they find him. Sending the rest of TNC running here, and Zyda going down as well as Free Martisi.
Okay, Twisted Minds. Punish after punish. I'm surprised that TNC was still going to be caught out after that, after even losing Yawi earlier on.
Oh boy.
And then they just get overrun, so hey.
Yo. The biggest deal of this, Outplay got so many kills now, his stacks must be off the roof! And look at that! Lancey going down! What is happening to TNC here?
Oh no.
Right now, I think Twisted Minds has enough kit. Look at that tank from Escalera just to be able to push down the inhibitor turret. What we are seeing right now from Twisted Minds, again, is the punishment from the overextensions of TNC Pro Team. We understand the intent behind it, but when you lack one player, you would initially think that you're going to be backing out, but they tried to get the purple buff from Twisted Minds. So Twisted Minds is like, okay, we're 5, you're 4, we can kill you all.
Wow, basic math.
That is basic math, but that's why I was scratching my head. I was like, man, TNC, do they really want to stay on that side? Especially after losing Yawi, and even when they killed Yawi, Twisted Minds didn't have to use too much just because, again, he went through with the Unstoppable Force. They caught him out with the Implosion, and like you mentioned, Outplayed is stacked up right now. He is beefed up.
That one more item and Outplayed is already item locked. He will literally hit like a tank.
He will, and so
Escalera with a flicker. Look at that! It's Zyda going down. Jungler removed from TNC. And they keep going. Yawi's here. They're trying to get something back, but the kills are just not killing today. And look at that. Free Martisi surrounded. They got him surrounded. There's nowhere to go from him. And the glue is going to fall.
I would like to commend Escalera with that play. He was able to catch Zyda. Imagine Zyda, the jungler, out of all people. The kit Lancey has with the Deathly Grasp has enough to be able to stop Escalera, but it just so happens that the conceal was perfectly timed and the flicker, so Zyda was caught off guard. And now, they're taking this turtle, Lord, freely.
It's really coming down to the roams here in this game one.
For sure.
You know, first it was Yowie really not being able to find the pickoffs he was looking for. There was one time he was able to find Escalera. Now Escalera has done it 2 in a row, and especially the last one being able to pick off Zyda. So Twisted Minds in a matter of setups and punishes. Again, it wasn't all them. Like TNC kind of outplayed themselves by getting punished. And so Twisted Minds, they're going to walk into this base. The mid turret's already down. They've got a pretty good lord to push in with this. And Outplayed has not been touched. Neither has MP the King. Just picks up the Divine Glaive. They are ready for this base fight. Oh, Penny Cutie already getting checked here. Lord in the mid. And they might go ahead and just force these top turrets in the bottom one.
TNC really has to find Outplayed here. He is maxed out almost on his Sky Piercer stacks, and anyone in front of the Grange is going to go down. James, though, look at that. Going to get exploded once more. Lancy getting the kill this time around. Everyone got pushed back here, but Escalera will still be alive, but only for a minute there, for a moment, rather. And that's going to be TNC pushing Twisted back.
That's tough. I think Twisted Minds needed to flow their minions better so that they will be able to capitalize on the Lord more. It just so happens that the middle lane, Lord Siege, was able to get pushed down to the bottom lane. So the Lord wasn't that much of a threat. And yes, that was a great catch coming from Escalera. I think that was a 3-man, 4-man catch. But it just so happens that the damage dealers weren't there enough to be able to succeed the setup. And in turn, that didn't translate really into a full-blown team fight that benefited Twisted Minds.
Those shots, they hurt.
Spicy shots there, literal artillery coming in from Twisted.
Yeah, MP goes and grabs that, and you gotta have an answer. If you're TNC, that's the thing. How do they even get to Outplayed? You know, how do you get even close enough to him? Because Escalera and James have been doing such a good job at playing that front line, but then again, HaJeezy with the feathered airstrike is enough damage to keep you from second guessing basically to get into Outplayed's territory, and this is what we've been talking about the Granger the whole time, man. Like, he is just so good as a hero because of the range. As you can see here, you know, he's stacked up, man.
Yeah. 564 of the Carpaccio, the passive. So essentially that means he has more damage and he has more cooldown. He'll be able to spam the first skill and the ultimate more. But right now, just wanted to, in a way, point to Naisu's question to be able to reach Outplayed. I think TNC Pro Team needs to not mind Escalera that much because I'd say Lancy has a kit, the Deathly Grasp again, to be able to cancel the Flicker Implosion play if that were to happen. And instead focus more on the back lines because so far, both HaJeezy and Outplayed backline players are having a great time. They're having the time of their lives because no one is reaching to them, right?
So it kind of depends on Lancy hitting the Deathly Grasp as well.
Okay, well, Lord is up. Twisted Minds has control of this. So TNC might have to get a little creative.
Oh, there you go.
Early.
I mean, you kind of called it there. Yowie looking for the right target. Hey, look for MP the King, but MP the King will be able to survive, at least for now, though. Up on front is Escalera. He took so many of those shots. Even HaJeezy can't fly away. It's a disaster for Twisted Minds. They're losing members left, right, and center. And that's Outplayed and James all alone on the map.
Outplayed, though. He's still up. I don't know if he's actually going to go for this. It's only him and James. And that's going to be a Lord secured, man. What a turnaround.
Do they even need it, though? Look at that. They're walking it up.
A lot of action. This is an action-packed MLBB match, and it all started with the play coming from Yowie. Again, this is really Yowie's strength, I would say. Much more that he is a high-risk, high-reward type of player. He was able to reach MP the King. We were just talking about how to reach the back lines, and he was able to do so by missing out on the implosion play coming from Escalera. I think Escalera was 2 inches probably short from that implosion. If he caught Yowie, that would have been that much of a disaster as compared to how it played out at the side of Twisted.
Did it actually happen? Did Escalera go conceal and then got hit by the Deathly Grasp? We have to watch that, but look at that. Lancy going to be able to do a little bit of emergency tap here. Not really necessary up on front. Twisted Minds still got good firepower, though.
That was really good use from MP the King. I know we talked about this in the draft when the Vexano was picked up, you know? And yeah, you're just going to drop down the Eternal Guard. And so what does that all result to? Not much off that Lord take for TNC. Twisted Minds stays controlled and actually keeps a lot of just the space that they could have lost off of that.
I think bouncing back and going back to our keys to victory for Outplayed specifically to be able to, in a way, reclaim yourself from what happened in the first time that these two teams have met, right? The performance coming from Outplayed is very solid, as well as MP the King. Both the cores, the damage dealers of Twisted Minds right now, are being able to dish out enough damage output against their opponent, and that's really what Twisted Minds is capitalizing on and banking on right now, because considering that Escalera has been able to set up properly so far, that's just what they need to continue doing moving forward.
Yeah, and taking a look at the items here, you know, nearly almost locked in for a couple of the members here, but also for the roams as they get those last items locked in, that helps them withstand some of that damage. And because this is a game for them, for the roamers, and honestly, it can go either way. Once we get to that Lord in about less than a minute away, it's going to be crucial, you know. And then you have to start considering the swapping of these immortalities, the winter crowns, you know, and everything else being swapped in. Those will make a difference, because so far every team fight that we've seen, it hasn't been one-sided. You know, it's really dependent on how the team fight breaks out, and always around the Lord pit when that comes up is crucial for the roams here. So again, I think there's a minor advantage, I want to say, for Twisted Minds, simply for the fact that James can scout things out. And if he gets tossed in the air, it's not the end of the world for Twisted Minds. He can actually defensively flicker. You see now he does have an immortality, so he's got that little coverage as well. And so Twisted Minds should have a better time at finding the favorable pickoff. But unless TNC is able to pull something off and just overload with damage here, Lord is now coming up. So we'll see how these teams manage it. Again, a very minor advantage for Twisted Minds in the fact that they've got one base turret down. It would have been great if they can get that long lane down on the bottom side, because that mid turret doesn't change things too much when it's down. It's more so either the top or bottom.
Look at that. So they're trying to get into position here. James up on front. That's been the big thing they said that was lacking yesterday. I was talking to the teams. They said, you know what, James, you got to be up more front. Got to be up center here. And it is what he's trying to do as much as he can. Escalera's on the side. He's like on a covert ops here.
Yeah, we got to keep an eye on Escalera. I mean, both him and Yawi, that's really what you want to pay attention to. And you can see this. TNC doesn't have to force the positioning on this one. They're going to manage those waves the best they can. MP will just go ahead and grab the buff. He knows that nothing's really going to break out right now, so we'll see how they respond to this. They should have this control, but 3mar will wait patiently, has his own immortality. And so we see how this all plays out.
I think right now Twisted Minds has the advantage for the sole reason that their bottom lane, the long lane, has been pushed wonderfully. And this is where XP laners play their role. They have to scout the Lord pit. Looking at 3mar, TZ, and James, that's what they have been doing, because that will give them the go signal probably. But that is a less resource. They know, Twisted Minds, that Yawi doesn't have conceal now.
Yeah, they don't have to be too scared right now. MP King also knows this. So at least he won't get taken by surprise here. Maybe, just maybe. Unless Yawi tries to go for a big play, like he doesn't want to go covert. He wants to go like guns a-blazing here with a flicker ejector maybe.
He's going to watch out though too. I mean, either roam, you can kind of feel the tension between them, because they know, like, all right, I got conceal, you don't. I have flicker, you do too. We can actually start the fight if we want to. And all this is doing is also just allowing more of these items to be picked up. You've got now that Genius Wand now locked in for KarlTzy. So, you know, this combination of reducing that magic resistance with this kind of lineup that Twisted Minds has, that's why they're able to go through these health bars so quickly of TNC. Escalera did pop the conceal. Not sure if he's going to commit to it though. So, again, Lord's being held for now. Twisted Minds trying to see if they want to look for their own angle. A couple shots already. Yawi and 3mar.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for it. There you go. Yawi with a flicker. No one was home, though. But the damage is real here for KarlTzy. He is untouched. Escalera up on front. He's actually low. Flicker used by James. They're forcing up a lot of skills here, a lot of ultimates, as well as battle spells.
No battle spells right now for 3 members of Twisted Minds, and it seems as if TNC will capitalize on that by taking on this Lord. But then, no ultimate, so this is going to be a longer Lord dance.
That felt like a messy, chaotic fight. I mean, there was conceals used, there was flickers that were not.
Ultimates!
There was ultimates used.
There were germs that were thrown. He only saw germs there on the ground.
Well, right now, TNC does hold control. Feathered airstrike gonna force Zyda back. Look at how low he gets for getting hit once. So Lord goes in for a reset, and we might just be completely at it again. The biggest thing missing right now is the flickers for a Twisted Minds and even for TNC.
Yeah.
So they might just have to force a fight without the battle spells available unless they drag it out again.
If you're in this game, you're keeping your eyes on your counters. Your timers are basically the same as your opponents.
Yawi.
Conceal already used up by Yawi. That's how long this actually took. Bypass on MP King, and he will be detected. That means no conceal as well. And another feathered airstrike. Look at the damage is real here coming in from KarlTzy, but now they can't use that to zone. Now, this could be an opening for TNC if only Free Martizi had some help.
Well, this might be an opening here. Twisted Minds gets control. They know a lot's down. 3mar goes back to base. It's half health for Lord.
Oh, Escalera, he's gonna find Zyda. He knows Zyda is here, and now it is gonna be a Lord coming in for Twisted. Benny Cutie gonna be here to look for KarlTzy. Can they get more though? Can they get another kill? Looks like it's a no-go. It's Twisted Minds just running for the hills.
Oh, an MP in the mid. That wave's gonna be cleared by 3mar, but man, even without KarlTzy, I'm wondering if Twisted Minds can get into the base here, even if it's just going to be cleared out by TNC because of that.
Yeah, I think that was tough from the side of Twisted Minds because KarlTzy fell, but at the same time, right now they have the Lord, and it's Benny Cutie against Outplayed. Benny's playing full!
That is really insane right now. There goes the Eternal Guard, keeping it in tow. Good damage coming in from TNC, but Zyda, MP the King, they're going insane. Outplayed is still alive. James up on front. He's looking for Zyda. Zyda is going to have to make a run for it.
Oh, but the Lord.
Where's the Lord? Where's the Lord? They're running. They're trying to go for the defense. They're not being allowed to recall.
Okay, they have to stop this. Zyda's back there alongside Lancey. Can they defend against that push? Outplayed.
Oh my goodness, that isolation on Outplayed feels like it's so huge. And now it's Zyda up on front. MP the King is very healthy. Escalera coming in with a huge implosion, forcing the flicker off of Lancey. Can they defend this though? I really don't think so. It's a big Lord and a big win for Twisted Minds, 1-0.
Twisted Minds made it work. They get first blood in the series, this best of 3. It's 1-0 against TNC.
Wow, this is what we have been talking about before the game, the pre-game, wherein TNC needs a major thing to be able to mess this up. And this game number 1 just shows that Twisted Minds can do that, can do whatever they did in that game.
Yo, they got the giggle. They got the giggle in this game. Insane movements from Twisted.
It's crazy how it came down to it, you know, because of the fact that, again, it was really the roamers here that played such a big part from the start to finish, and we saw how much, you know, the mechanics had to be on point for those last Lord takes, and even when that happened, it was like, you know, you see Yawi, you see Escalera really trying to find pickoffs, you see Benny Cutie, and even earlier on in that last team fight that broke out, they went for it. They went for Escalera, you know, and unfortunately they end up getting punished, and they knew they got KarlTzy, so it was like, we might as well go for a play, and they weren't able to capitalize on that. So TNC actually got punished a lot here in this game, simply because of the way that Jawhead also works. So once you lock in, you have no option but to just go for it. And the Tigreal was so great because, boom, the implosion comes through and keeps him there.
Yep.
You know, so, but of course the MVP for game 1 is going to be Outplayed here, 9-1-4.
Yeah, that's really what we have been talking about, even in the keys to victory, the story that we have been building, that Outplayed is very familiar with the rest of his opponents right now because they used to be his former teammates. Even Benny Cutie a while ago mentioned that Zyda and Outplayed used to be back-to-back champions in the MDL when it started. So now with this performance coming from Outplayed with a 9-1-4, just goes to show that he can capitalize on the Granger, and it really opens up the fact that compared to a Harith, a Granger can possibly fight on a higher ground because a Harith needs to get close to his opponents before he's able to dish out that much damage as compared to a Granger who just releases bullets from afar.
That's true. Actually, they baited out so many Zaman Force activations, right?
Yeah.
And then they just left it. So when that happens, usually the team that has the Harith has a huge disadvantage already.
Yeah, there was again, throughout this game, outplayed. And this has been the case with a lot of the Grangers right now, currently in the league, is teams figuring out how the heck are we going to get to this Granger? How are we going to catch him? Because so many MVP performances have been on this hero, the Granger. So many BPI rich guys have been for it too. And that's the thing. When you can play at a distance like this, by the way, completely random, but throughout the game, I was like, man, I'm so glad I get to see a different skin on the Granger. Like
a different skin,
You don't
the
see
Transformer.
the Transformer skin that often.
You can finally say that it hits like a tank because it's an actual tank.
It is.
And I was like,
Finally.
when he was firing off the Destinatas in the tank version, I was like, dang, those hurt. Those do feel like a tank. And it was nice to see. And again, I think that's for a lot of the teams to decide is how are we going to get to the Granger. And Benny tried.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of times it was Benny going forward with that Zaman Force, but unfortunately it didn't happen. A very long game, I would say, much longer than our average game time.
Yeah, I think also what went on in this game is the fact that there's been endless setting up from both of the roamers, talking about Yawi and Escalera. But I think what really helped Escalera is the fact that he has pull yourself together and agility. So he has movement speed more. He has more movement speed, and also he has 20% less in his cooldowns because of the pull yourself together. So he can cast the flicker freely more. And right now, Twisted Minds is able to get that victory again because of the punishments that they were able to inflict upon TNC Pro Team. Because we've seen in this game that up until the, I think, first Lord, I believe, TNC was in the lead, right?
Yeah.
But up until Escalera was able to punish Yawi from the overextensions with the Unstoppable Force, then he casts on the Implosion before he's able to cast the Ejector. That's when we started to see how Twisted will be able to spin it into their victory. Because right now for Twisted Minds, because of Haji's high damage output and as well as Outplayed's ability to micro his opponents, they were able to, in a way, be secure in the fact that their damage dealers won't die that fast in a team fight.
Do you guys think it would have been different if TNC didn't pick up the Vexana?
Yeah,
like, was there
probably, right?
Valentina.
Something a little bit better,
Something to maybe consider later on the draft, right?
Yeah, something to think about because, again, you guys called it, especially with a Joy across from you, a lot of times MP the King threat enough as he is the BPI rich guy here to get the Eternal Guard out. And if you think about it, once that's done and once that's expended, what else are you going to be able to do? Curse
Deathly Grasp.
Like
Curse
Grasp.
Grasp, yeah.
That's about it.
About it.
So it's like if you would have had the Valentina, then maybe at least your firepower is a little bit better. You have a Feathered Airstrike yourself, or even the Joy ult.
Yeah, and you can also copy the Implosion.
That's
so there's
true.
more setup coming from TNC Pro Team. I do think, though, that the concept really of the Vexana is to stop the Joy if ever MP the King prematurely casts the electrifying beats. But it just so happens that MP the King has been playing around with the Joy so much that
that rarely happens.
Yeah, that barely happened.
Yeah, it was, so again, that's something that comes down to the draft, but nonetheless, you have to say Twisted Minds actually played that game really well, and especially for Escalera. And it's just funny because, the history of Escalera, and now he's here for Twisted Minds, and right now he's a big obstacle for TNC, because remember, if they just win this series, they get playoffs secured. So that's going to be a big step for them. And now for TNC and for the Phoenix Army out there, they need a reverse sweep against Twisted Minds. And so their backs are against the wall right now for TNC. It'll be interesting to see how they adjust from that. But Twisted Minds, like I said, this was nice to see from them where it seemed like, aside from the chaotic fights, just because of the nature of the lineups, like they were pretty locked in. The synergy was there from Twisted Minds. Everybody was filling their role really well. Even Haji was able to just pump up so much damage on that Farsa. And so, who knows? Like maybe this will be a sweep for Twisted Minds.
Whoa, that's a...
Maybe it will.
We'll see.
That's a little early here.
If it does, it's just as interesting as if TNC locks in the playoff spot. Because, again, they're one of the teams sitting at 1 point.
1 point away.
I guess we kind of didn't really talk about how important that 1 point is.
Yeah.
If you get the win, you double your points.
You double it.
At this point if you're Twisted.
So
which is
you take everything you can.
it separates you from the bottom three.
Yes, because they have 1-1-1. So if Twisted were to win, they'd have 2.
That's what I'm saying, man. Either way, the cookie crumbles here, guys. It's going to be a great ending for one of these teams. But first off, we're going to be throwing over to the All Access Pass with Hans. Let's see what he has to say.
Kakatapos lamang ng Game 1, MPL Arena. Buhay pa ba tayo dyan? Now representing ang Minds, walang iba kundi si Josh. At para naman sa Phoenix Army, nandito si Marts. Palakpakan naman tayo para sa kanilang dalawa. So meron kayong tigda 2 palag. Alam nyo na kung anong gagawin since nakuha nyo ang Game 1. Marts, ikaw ang mauuna. Ano ba ang palag ng Phoenix Army?
May 2 M6 champ kami. Eh, kayo?
Bakit nyo chinir? Bakit nyo chinir? Hindi, Josh. Sige, ibawi mo sila. Ibalik mo sila sa panig mo. Ano naman ang palag mo?
Abangan natin mamaya. Baka kami naman ang gigiling.
Pinakitaan ka ng flashbacks, pre. Ano naman ang rebat mo?
Guys, may nagdala ba ng walis? Reverse whip na this!
Abangan mo yung walis, Josh. Tapusin na natin ang laban. Ano naman ang rebat mo?
Oh, eto, dustpan.
Ganun niya tatapusin. Narinig niya lang kanina. Daanin na lang natin to sa cheer. TNC? TWIS what?
Twisted Mind!
TNC?
Always right!
TWIS what?
Twisted Mind!
Para sa lahat ng ating mga manonood, i-check out nyo na ang ating MPL Super Fan Rap Rumble, yung website. So make sure to check out for more details dahil marami ang posibleng makita natin dyan. As of this moment, rekta na natin para sa ating casters para balik sa laban.
You know, if I was still a teacher, I'd let my students come into class and I'd just be like, twist what?
Twist!
Twist your minds! Like, all for education, you know? Like,
So cool. That would be so cool.
I just thought about that now, a little flashbacks
Make it
to
happen.
my old teaching days. But again, we're just a bit away from this. You guys can now join our Superfan Rap Battle. Of course, we have that going on. It's always great to go ahead and see the supporters of the teams face off against each other here too. But for this one, our game number 2, it is going to be blue side for Twisted Minds. They're probably going to have some pretty good priority there, of course, with the way the drafts are going. So, I don't know. What do you think? What do you think is going to change here for TNC?
Right now, I'm thinking, though, if they're still willing to give out the Hilda, I think that has been a pain in their...
side.
Yes. Because of the Hilda being at the forefront of every team fight, TNC has been finding it difficult to reach the backlines, right?
Yeah, James doing a great job on that
Yeah.
Hilda, by the way. He was so forward. He was really, he soaked up 60k more damage than the main tank.
Yeah.
I mean, they are one of the few teams that picks it up in that first swing. You know, like a first phase.
Right off the bat.
They'll go for it. There's not many teams that do that.
But I'm thinking, though, if ever the Kalea will be opened, which one will be their priority, right? Because they could go with the Kalea, they could go with the Granger or the Harith, right? So a lot of options.
You know what's so funny right now? In my mind, whenever I see Kalea open, in my mind it's like, it's a trap. It's a trap.
I know, yeah.
Why is it a
That's
trap,
what
though?
it feels like.
Why does it feel like a trap?
Because I feel like teams won't let the Kalea through unless there is a set game plan to deal with it.
And what is the biggest counter to Kalea right now?
Only CC. Speaking from experience, I got beat up by so much CC. I can't even execute my title strikes and tsunami slams.
I think
so.
They brand Kalea as Cho Premium.
Yeah, Cho.
But to me, it's still Cho than Kalea. Just for me.
You'd rather just pick up the Cho and Rome.
Yeah.
Specifically on Rome.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I could see her being premium because like I think it was either Redmar or Midnight that said this. Like the fact that the mere fact that Kalea can just kind of hang out in the air and you don't know if she's coming down or not.
Yeah.
That's a little broken. Like that's the fake out, man. Like you know when she does that, you're like, I wonder if she's gonna go or not. Cho can't do that. I mean, so maybe that's why she's Cho premium.
Cho has to do it from a bush. Like you're gonna hang out in the bush and then flicker in and knock him out.
No, I know. Since I got the KOF skin for Cho,
wow,
that's the
nice
effect.
flex, bro.
I'm just saying.
Nice
I spent $1 million diamonds on it. That's the flex for the Cho. The enemy team is just looking at the effects of the KOF skin. They're like, man, that's a really nice skin.
Like
and the next thing you know, they're kicked.
I think a lot of Cho users really use that skin.
That's true.
Because while you're playing it, you're distracted. You're like, man, this skin's so good. Like
skins, bro.
And GZ mentioned it before when he used to be a roamer, right?
Yeah.
Right.
He said that skin is the lightest to use.
Yeah.
Lightest
I don't
to
know what
use.
that meant, but
Is that with the graphics
I don't know,
and
yeah,
everything?
maybe.
Usually when the players say that, it's considering the graphics.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of that where the players have mentioned, certain skins feel a certain way. But yeah, jumping into the draft here, you can already see some of these bands, the Louis and the Fanny being taken out on the blue side. And the Kalea is taken out, so that's not going to be a option here. Alice, of course, still going out. Jawhead.
Wow.
They're tired of the Jawhead, man. No Jawhead for Yaoi. Maybe we actually get to see him play the Cho.
Maybe.
In
Hey,
game 2.
I'm looking forward to that. It's always a treat to watch Xiaoyi play the Cho, isn't it?
Yeah.
So is this Blue Yo? Is this Suyo being locked in here?
Yeah, I think so. Right now, Suyo is the most probable pick. If not a Suyo, maybe a Granger. Maybe, just maybe. Because with Benny's performance also, using the Granger, especially against TLPH, he was untouchable. So you wouldn't want Benny QT to hold the Granger. Yeah.
So they could lock in the Granger. When was last time we saw the Prio on the Granger, though? On blue
I guess
side.
certain teams actually will try to go for it. And again, it's whenever they go do that
Oh,
route,
Mathilda! None of the above!
Whoa,
Twist
wait a second. That's
Twist what?
That's a. Okay,
Twist what?
I guess again we're so used to just seeing it banned out
Yeah.
in this slot, so we kind of keep forgetting Matilda here.
Dude, I need a shirt that says Twist what?
Twist what?
Yeah. Where's the merch, Twisted Minds? Please.
Please.
Forget the jackets.
We only need the shirt, Twist Mine.
All right. Now, the answer here is probably the Granger.
Yeah, Suyo Granger.
Yeah, Suyo, maybe Suyo Granger.
Joy's
depending
out.
what they want to do. Joy is, yeah. All right, there it is, Suyo. And, yep, you go ahead and go with the Sicilian. So that's not the
Sicilian.
Granger. Why the Sicilian?
I'm thinking right now, the only team that does this early Sicilian pick is Aurora.
I was thinking
With
Yue.
Yue. Yeah, third pick usually for Yue, or this one, first 2 picks. This gives an opportunity at least for late game insurance in a way. I just worry if their kit will be enough earlier on because, again, that's what their strength was in game number 1. But if they're gonna change it coming into game number 2, will things be different from them, right?
Yeah.
That's true. It does kind of deal a significant amount of damage here. I love the Cillian personally, but the problem is, again, usually just keeping it alive and avoiding these dots, these dives, usually coming from Joyce. So we're not
Hilda
seeing that
Granger.
anything at all here.
Hilda Granger. You know why? Because Mathilda and Hilda are sisters.
That's true.
That's lore accurate. That's lore.
I don't know if it's lore accurate.
It's not lore
probably
accurate?
not lore
It's
accurate.
just name accurate.
Just name accurate.
Well, I want to pretend that that's fan-made accuracy
Yeah,
right there. All right?
I think it should be. They should change it inside the game, you know?
Yeah.
That's sorry, guys. That's just Filipino humor coming to the English desk.
Yeah.
That's
Oh my
what
gosh,
that
that's
is.
so Filipino humor. I'm sorry.
That's true.
Okay, I am a visitor.
I am a visitor. I only have my 30 days here.
Yes.
So Harith does go over, so we're going to see the classic matchup between the Granger and the Harith. But maybe, too, by having this Sicilian this time around for TNC, maybe it kind of helps them a little bit with trying to catch that back line or trying to get in that range of the Granger. So you have range on your side now, too. But at the same time, like you mentioned, this is more so also late game policy. Because imagine if you have a 26-minute game like they did in game 1 and you have a Sicilian, you're stacking up all day, then you're going to be hurting at that point of the game. So these last couple bands are going to focus again on the jungle option. That's going to be for Twisted Minds, and you have the
Alpha.
XP lane, or the
I think Alpha ban for TNC.
because the Alpha Matilda.
Yes, I think that's gonna be scary because someone will be able to reach the Sicilian unless they would want to ban out a probable. I'm thinking if Lucas is gonna be good for Twisted, I think it's okay. But wow, Julian ban.
This right here is a trap, right? This should have been an alpha ban for some reason.
Well, this was also picked up
yesterday.
The Julian with the Matilda.
And it did so bad.
It did terrible. So, you know,
sorry, guys. It's so bad.
You just got to cover the base, though, right? Like,
so I really
you can't let one game dictate that, right?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe they saw something we didn't see, right?
Oh my gosh.
It was just horrible yesterday because I can't sugarcoat that. That was just.
It didn't work.
That was weird. Yeah, that was weird yesterday.
Ooh, right now for TNC, XP, they could go with the Lucas potentially, but there's still Valentina, so probably not.
Who feels very strongly about the Lucas again? The Lucas jungle?
I think Renmar.
Is it Renmar?
Renmar.
Yeah, I think Renmar.
Or, I was going to say, it's either Renmar or Leo.
Or Leo, yeah.
One of those two. Don't
Miss
like
those
that,
two, by the way. They're preparing
Lucas
for
jungle, they don't like?
For Masters right now. Don't forget to say hi to them.
I would say, though, there's merit in a Lucas jungle against a Suyu. Only against a Suyu.
I would say that if it's only Demon Kite. Because he's the only one
He's the only one
that's
has
made it work.
wins.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's
Fair. Yeah.
He's made it work, but it also takes a specific team to make it work. So KarlTzy is the answer for TNC right now.
Lucas.
I would love it if they went Lucas, but Alpha feels like it's great.
Lucas could work here, though, because you have a Matilda, and you also have Hilda.
Yes.
So the Lucas could work. It's
Can go
also,
ham,
Yeah,
you know, yeah,
you're able to just kind of focus on what you need to. You provide a lot of damage. But also, what are they going to put in the...
Mid.
Yeah, what are they going to put in the mid lane against the Sicilian?
No, actually, I was thinking if this is going to be a mid lane Matilda.
Yeah, maybe for Haji's.
Yeah, but they banned out Mage Jungler. So Faramis.
Whoa!
Wow, and there's a legend tag. Wow.
Whoa, look at this.
I told
That's
you
some
guys.
new art.
I told you.
That's some great art.
What I
Where's the
say,
number?
what
Why
I
is there no
say.
number?
And that's a mid Faramis with Roma Filda right there.
Sorry. Who is that?
That's
you don't
Alpha.
know who the Gothic...
The new legend skin Alpha.
You don't know?
We have been.
What is it called? You don't know the Acid Gothic?
Acid Gothic.
Come on.
I don't have that skin yet.
You don't
It's
know
pricey.
Acid Gothic Alpha?
With a voice line and everything.
Come on now.
Sorry.
Haven't you guys done that spiel over on Tagalog too?
You do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you say Acid Gothic in Tagalog?
Same, Acid Gothic.
They have the same ones, yeah.
Okay. I was wondering. All right, that's the Edith.
Faramis sounds so great here. And it feels like it does slot in very well in keeping a Hilda alive, keeping an Alpha alive, so they can kind of dive in more freely.
I can't even see Alpha's face in that photo, so I get it. I get it.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For a lot of people that might not have seen the new Alpha skin, yeah, they're probably like, who is that?
You can get it now, by the way. You can still get it, right?
You can. There's a way. I think if you guys want to get it, there is also a way to. I'm not sure if it's still available. Premium supply.
I think
to get a
that
little
was
bit
like
cheaper.
The end of like yesterday.
Maybe that was the end of yesterday.
We'll see. We'll see. I think I'll check the end game later.
Yep. But there you go. One last look at the lineups here for Twisted Minds and TNC. Right now, Twisted Minds is match point against TNC, and if TNC wants to get to the playoffs, they got to reverse sweep this here. So interesting lineup. They are going to be having that revitalize in the hands of Yawi. So we'll see if they're able to pull off a start to a reverse sweep by getting a game 2 as we jump into the land of dawn here. TNC Pro Team versus Twisted Minds.
Ooh, right now I think things are gonna get different for TNC Pro Team and Twisted Minds. I would say that Twisted Minds might just have the upper hand in terms of early game rotation because of the Matilda and the Faramis as compared to the TNC's Johed and Vexana during game number 1. So now, for TNC, it is up to them how to be able to funnel Lancy really well so that he has faster stacks with the Bat's impact.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to do that too. I think this is also going to change, of course, the game here for 3mar, picking up that Edith, run the Warcry emblem. He's actually going to be able to pump out quite a bit of damage early on if they do skirmish with this. But this is a deadly combo, man. We've seen the Matilda and the Alpha often when it is picked up, and it's really hard to kind of fight against Escalera. Should be able to get away. Does.
Yep. Keeping it up here under the pressure coming in from the Matilda. Reason why, I think we're about to see the reason why it's always banned out, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to see that in a very, very short while. Zyda coming in close here. Twisted keeping their eyes on the prize here. making sure that the presence is felt
Yep.
for TNC.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, again, because of the aggression coming from the side of Twisted Minds, TNC needs to be able to play this a lot more carefully than how they did in game number 1. And plus the fact that Yawi's skills, aside from the AOG and probably Unbreakable, they don't have any skills to lock down their opponents.
All right, Flicker already burned. 3 more. They try to make a play on bottom. They'll go ahead and take that. We're still a little bit away from this turtle coming up.
Nice
but right
flex,
now,
by the way.
There it is. Pact to the Undying.
Yeah, you get 10 kills, you're going to get a change-up. Changes in the game. The skin transforms, so that's amazing.
How did we get Acid Gothic from that banner, by the way?
I still don't know.
Something of Roses. It's Revenant Roses. I'm still wondering.
It's the style. It's the style. It's,
Okay.
Maybe it's Gothic.
Yeah. I think it's like a Souls-like, reference. Anyway.
Easy turtle.
Zyda.
Easy turtle there. Zyda didn't even bother to go for the contest.
Ooh, I got really scared for a moment there because I felt like Zyda could have gotten bursted down if they did veer towards that purple buff or at least get the orange buff. Just so happens that I do think the Twisted Minds weren't aware that Zyda was there at that point, so that was a trade.
You gotta remember too, this lineup from TNC is meant to get to the later portion of the game. If they don't want to fight early on, they don't have to. That's the thing. They're putting, some of that fighting power obviously in the Sicilian for Lancy. He wants to be able to get the stacks up. So it's going to be Twisted Minds doing stuff like this to trying to see if, hey, can we actually go ahead and fight this? Can we actually force a response from TNC? And so far, they haven't been able to find anything, but they will continue to build up on that small gold lead they have.
Yeah, at this point, yes, I do agree that TNC doesn't have enough damage output yet. And you would think and wonder maybe that you can easily counter out a Sicilian and a Harith, especially in the middle stages if you have Radiant or Athena's. But the moment these two already have Divine Glaive, that's when things are going to get difficult.
Yeah, at that point, really doesn't matter if you have like the high magic resist, right? So, yeah, you're going to have to keep your eyes on those timers as well.
Yep.
Okay, so this turtle's still a bit away, and I'm surprised, Oh, hold on, 3 more?
Big dive in here. 3 more TZ trying to help out by Yawi.
Wow.
Make sure that he is alive. And again, this is Twisted Minds, just making sure that TNC feels that presence, that pressure coming from them.
It's always going to feel that way. It's always going to feel that way for TNC, where they're kind of responding to what Twisted Minds is doing right
Tank
now.
mode.
Yeah, tank mode. At this point in the game, you can see some rotation happening up here, up top.
Oh, they find outplayed, force the flicker out. They'll be safe on their tower. Double look at that counter. Look at that counter. Betty Cutie close to death there, outplayed, going in with a 2v1, still surviving, even pushing him back.
Yeah. What a great outplay from Outplayed. And right now, I think this turtle will go into the hands of Twisted Minds uncontested. And again, this is TNC's mindset right now to funnel both Benny QT and Lancy so that later on into the game, that's when they will start to shine.
Look at this. Look at that pressure coming in from Twisted. Even making it hard for Zyda to actually get into these
AOG.
farm. Here's the AOG used up by Yawi. I think that could be crucial. Hajizi close by, getting ready with that Nether Realm if necessary.
And that turret nearly going down here. A whole lot of gold going in the hands of Outplayed. So even if he hasn't gotten any kills yet, he is farming up really well right now. And it's TNC, like I said, just trying to kind of buy time, it seems like. And that might be, oh no, Yawi?
Yep, Yawi gonna get chased up here.
Oh,
it's gonna be pulled in, and it looks like that'll be enough. Hajizi making it happen with the Shadow Stampede.
Great movement coming from Twisted Minds. They really are confident at this point in time, and understandably so, because the kits of their heroes have enough damage output. We will look at the Infinix in-game equipment. Right now, they're really focusing more on being able to build anti-heal, talking about Haji, and more defensive items for the frontliners, James and Escalera.
I'm wondering, as we look at this too, because you see how this lead has kind of ballooned already.
Yeah.
For Twisted Minds, a little bit of action here. Yawi's going to jump in, and just James just doing the footwork against TNC again on this Hilda. And it might be a little tilting for TNC to deal with because they just can't really answer what James has been providing, from the previous game and until now. And I'm really wondering with TNC, because something just seems like they're not able to get what they're looking for. Now, is that because of the fact Oh, Yawi again?
Again, they're putting so much pressure on the Gatotkacha here. Just making sure you can't really dive in freely. I guess that's one way to kind of slow down Yawi. Very few ways to do that, but this is one way to do it.
But this is now going to be the third turtle for the taking here, and I just can't see TNC wanting to fight this. It's going to be too much of a risk if they do. You can already see James just waiting patiently around the orange buff. Will give that information, and they're just going to blitz his turtle. So 3 for 3 right now, and they might force a fight.
No. Get that. KarlTzy up on front. There it goes. A Primal Wrath. Looking at it, and it looks like they'll be able to actually disengage this quite nicely. Don't even bother using the Netherrealm yet. They still got some bullets in the barrel. And TNC are on the run.
We will see right now how Twisted Minds will be able to capitalize on this lead by looking for Zyda like this.
Big dive in on the Zyda, and KarlTzy making it easy for MP the King to make that kill work.
It's too much utility, man. It's too much speed right now. Coming out from Twisted Minds.
And I don't think we have reached a point wherein KarlTzy needed to use his Netherrealm.
That's true. We haven't seen it pop yet.
Right now, I think Twisted Minds have a lot of liberty to be able to just really freely do whatever they wanted to do. That's the first Netherrealm in this match.
First Netherrealm at 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
Hey, man, he hasn't had to do much but just kind of stampede around, you know?
Stampede around.
And there hasn't been an answer from TNC.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you guys have been watching the TNC matches in the previous ones they had and even last week, this is probably one of the times where it's like, man, they're really struggling to find whether that be pickoffs. And is it too much? Yeah, is it too much kind of relying on Yawi to be able to get something to happen? Well, again, he's going to charge in Unbreakable.
Try to make the play happen, but you can cancel the Unbreakable quite easily with the lineup they have. But now, again, Twisted I think they just have to make sure they're not comfortable, right? You just can't be too comfortable here with the line of TNC. That can be deceptively bursty as well.
Look at the gap right now between the jungles. Like this is not where you want to be. Yeah, 3-level gap, and you know the alpha scales really well, and it's tough to deal with, especially paired up with a Matilda.
I think a huge chunk of why TNC has been playing super passively has got to be the fact that Yawi isn't holding a hero that can set up properly, I would say. He needs someone to be in front, and that's KarlTzy. And so far, we haven't seen them group up yet. But will they see Zyda, though?
Oh, nice. Zyda trying to go for that Hail Mary, but gonna get caught up and destroyed here.
That would have been huge if he was actually going to get that.
I know.
We always talk about how, man, look at the Suyos. You can't really out-retry them with his kit and everything else. Well, when you're gapped like this,
gap is huge.
Yeah,
3-level gap.
All right, we're going in for the siege. Twisted feeling confident here. KarlTzy up on front. Gets some damage here with those Ghost Bursters, but not going to be a push happening so far. TNC still has some pretty good wave clear.
They have good wave clear. But I don't think there's been enough time. I mean, we're just nearing... Oh, Lancey!
Oh, boy! Oh, man, Lancey on the Brick of Death here. Almost got it, but right now Twisted gonna go for the classic siege. Lord is very far on the bottom side of the map. They have some time to make this happen.
Yep. Okay. Right now, Twisted Minds really needs to be able to capitalize on this first Lord by at least being able to burst down all of the outer turrets, and I think they will be able to do just that. For TNC, however, they need now to extend this game to at least, I would say, a 20-minute game before they're able to dish out the damage that they wanted in this 9-hour.
Look at that focus as well. Keeping the pressure close to these turrets. And I think they could go in. Yawi, oh my goodness, he is in trouble. Forced to use the AOG to get out of harm's way. KarlTzy uses the flicker as well. The front line of TNC can't really sustain long enough to make any meaningful engage.
Yeah, they get that out. You know, that's a Revitalize gone, and you know, a flicker down too. And that's the thing. You know, this was only the first Lord, so you can't expect Twisted Minds really to end the game just yet, even though they have that 8,000 gold lead. They got the shields, though, down, and now they're going to be prepped and ready about a minute away. So you got to think, all right, TNC, what do we need? 10 minutes or so?
Yeah.
So what do we do? Just let the next Lord go as well and then hope to be able to defend.
Right now for TNC, they need to at least find a trade or an opening. Mind you, they haven't brought down a single turret yet. So in terms of minion management, it's gonna be difficult from here on unless they do something about it. We cannot mind the kills because that's that's not that necessary for this game to be won by TNC. But if they want to come back in this game, they have to at least get a pick off and an objective heading into the middle stages of the game because right now we're in the mid game now.
Yeah.
TWIS just has like a really good 5-man comp here. So it's so hard to break through.
No, because even if you're TNC and you catch someone, like you got to think about how difficult it is to catch someone when there's a Matilda on the other side. Not only that, but even if you catch someone, you also have a Netherrealm to work through.
Two layers.
There's a couple layers for TNC to go through, and because they're lacking the firepower right now to even be able to do that, it's really difficult for them to look for those angles and look for those openings. So now Lord is up. There's really no contest here. If they do decide to go for it, it might be another Hail Mary where it's like, all right, send Zyda, see if he can get something off. But look how fast this is going down. Lord secured for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I don't think also TNC would want to contest considering that the Lord already is already approaching the bottom lane. So if they were at least -1, TNC would have a hard time defending this base. But now Athena Shield has been picked up by 3 Martizi so as to be able to counter HaJizi. But my worry is HaJizi still has Netherrealm. So will this be the Lord ending siege?
Possibly so. We do see MP King ready to dive in. They're trying to get some siege happening here.
That's
It's
so
a flying
far.
tank right away. Forcing the flicker out, though, is going to be huge. Outplayed could be vulnerable here, and they're trying their best, but the defense is actually pretty strong still for TNC.
I'm not sure, did Outplay mean to go with him? Because he burned the flicker when he's like, oh, I'm a little bit too far into the base right now.
I think he didn't.
I think he didn't expect that he would go that far, right? Maybe he wanted to go, but not that far. So that's a flicker expended. So now, maybe, just maybe, Twisted Minds need to play this a little bit more less aggressive because TNC now has enough kit to at least dish out damage output against Twisted Minds, especially against Outplayed.
Yeah, now he doesn't have a flicker for like 7-8 more seconds. That's huge.
Yeah, they're going to push this in still. Let's see if they get the top turret.
Right. He's flying. He's flying. He's trying to bait some skills. Escalera going to be able to make it out, at least for now. MP King on side as well. James up on front. Outplay can't really get close anymore because he really is vulnerable right now.
Good clear right now for TNC, and they've bought themselves at least 4 of the 10 minutes that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, this is what we have been mentioning right now for TNC to prolong this game as much as they could because I do believe that the moment another team fight occurs, maybe in the 15th minute mark, that is when we will see the beauty of this lineup from TNC. But it all needs to start, in my opinion, with 3 Martizi because so far I do think that he's been playing so safely that TNC hasn't been able to find an opening against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's a little too safe for my taste as well.
You think he's got to be the one to flicker forward,
yes.
and get that Earth
Flicker,
Shatter.
Earth Shatter,
Earth Shatter, I agree,
get that combo off to take some of that pressure off Yaoi. Because right now it does feel that way. It's like TNC's waiting just for Yaoi to find a jump or like, a taunt with the Unbreakable or something to happen. But it could also just be, again, delaying things as much as they can to allow Lancey to get that damage. I mean, Benny Cutie hasn't died either, so he's been farming up pretty well. So it could. We have seen that before where a team would have, this kind of lead, almost 10,000 gold, and then because of the specific composition that the opposing team has, in this case TNC, they can win base defenses. So that's something that Twisted Minds definitely has to worry about. We're 10 seconds away from this Lord coming up. TNC, I don't think still want to actually really contest this. Just get back, fight in the safety of the base for now. So this should be a rather quick Lord. You can see they do kind of get in positioning. Zyda wants to go ahead and at least grab his buff before this base defense.
At least they do have vision of James. They know where Escalera is. And Zyda's up on front, but no way that they can really contest that Lord. And they're going to have to wait for the walk up again on the bottom side of the map.
10 seconds. Yeah.
Yep.
10 more seconds before the Lord spawns, I believe. Right now for TNC, again, same thing that they've done in the first Lord Siege against Twisted Minds. They at least need to be able to push one more wave so that they won't have a hard time pushing, defending the other lanes.
Yeah.
Because right now, this is the third Lord, if I remember correctly, yes, of the match. So the next Lord, the 18th minute Lord, that's the evolved Lord already. So that is when things are gonna get a little bit more difficult for TNC.
Yeah.
Even with Lancey on the Sicilian, right?
Yeah, even with him.
We haven't got to look at his stacks. I wonder how many stacks Lancey does have, but they're going to have to go ahead and get ready for this base defense. Mid turret should go down.
And him going down, and there goes the engagement. Yowi's still alive here, but only for just now. Lord is half health. Jump in with the AOG. Yowi trying to keep it alive, and with his revitalize, he actually will stay up. MP the King's gonna fall here. Free Martisi and Zyda finally up on front. That's -1 for Twisted Minds.
This is really what we are expecting from TNC Pro Team. The Bat's impact coming from Lancey, the Chrono Dashes, as well as the Synchro Fission coming from Benny Cutie. All of these have enough damage output already. Divine Glaive and Holy Crystal respectively for Benny and Lancey. Right now, Twisted Minds needs to be able to find an opening, or else they won't be able to end this match at all and they will find themselves losing.
Well, they got another 7 minutes now of the 10 that we mentioned, and you guys can already see it. You're getting closer to that mark and that point where TNC is able to turn this game around. And still, it might be the same case. You know, Lord's going to be up in a minute. They are now being able to at least get some of the buffs here, and they continue to stack up. You're seeing how difficult it is to actually go and end a game against this kind of composition. Here's a look at the stacks right now. 4 outplayed. Yes, he's got a lot too, but he's still having a difficult time at actually trying to get into that base because of the fact that you have to be so careful from getting caught out by the claws from Lancey and, of course, the Bat Impact. So that's something that TNC will play around. Now, I'm still expecting Twisted Minds to get this next Lord, and we'll see if they're able to play around more of the evolved one now, and maybe that helps them out. But I don't know. If TNC wants to play and just take the chance, they might actually contest it.
Yeah, it feels like they just have so much more wave clear, and TNC can just keep doing this all day long. So it's gonna take a little bit of a creative attack from Twisted, despite their lead, despite like a 6K goal lead. Earlier it was 8.
Yep. It was 9, I think.
It was 9, actually, yes.
So right now, they've bought enough time, 18 minutes into the match. Again, this is the Evolved Lord. So if TNC won't contest this, I think that's going to be more difficult to defend. But right now, Zyda's already level 15. So in terms of retribution damage, it's going to be the same, if not more, than MP the King.
Well, I think they are going to contest this one. They're actually up front now, so it's Twisted Minds kind of respecting that. And so this will be the first time we see both teams actually face up against the Lord, and it's not going to be a free take for Twisted Minds. So waves will be handled by Lancey. Escalera is going to jump forward.
They know it's a 4v5, and they are engaging as hard as they can. There goes the jump in and the activation of the Netherrealm, keeping Twisted alive. But here's a 5-man. TNC are finally complete. They're chasing up MP the King, but that's going to be Netherrealm used up already.
No retry.
That's a whole lot used.
Yeah. No retribution for MP the King, so I think TNC can just chill for a while, or else this will happen again.
But you know what Twisted says? We don't want them to chill. That's Benny Cutie with a flicker in, and they used up the Zaman Force already behind the Lord.
Oh, a whole lot. And they got to deal with that wave pushing in the bottom. So they go and send 3 more to deal with it. Lord's for the taking, and Twisted can take control of this.
Yeah, they got the Lord here for sure, unless
3 seconds, retry.
Unless a huge miracle actually is going to happen here. Zyda trying to keep his distance. He is spotted out by Escalera and James as well. Look at that, he's trying to go for the back, and Zyda actually almost dying to James here.
Oh, Benny!
There you go, Benny Q trying to dive in. Zaman Force already used up, and that is going to be it for the Harif. 2 down here for TNC.
This is scary right now because our Twisted Minds have enough kit. They are complete. And in 20 seconds, 15 seconds, the Lord will be spawning. I don't think Yowi and Benny Cutie will be there to witness this Lord Siege. So it is up to Lancey and 3 Martisi.
Yeah, it looks like they don't even need the Lord right now. They are trying to see if they can finish it right here and then. And they're able to take out Free Martisi as well.
Sweep.
James is going to be close here. We are looking at a possible sweep, but there are no minions. They're just waiting for the Lord to arrive. It's Lancey versus the world. It looks like that will be it. It's a sweep, and Twisted Minds, they get that coveted 1 point. to keep him above the leaderboards.
Oh man, Twisted Minds comes in with a sweep, and they make sure TNC knows about it. And man, what a series.
Wow! You know, the reason why I raised Twisted Minds wasn't for the kicks. I believed in them.
Oh, really?
That's so that.
I see that.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh man,
that was insane.
I'm surprised, and hey, like I said earlier, either way, this is going to be a great victory for one of the teams. Now, mind you guys, that TNC still has a condition to make it to the playoffs.
Yep.
Even if they lost this one, things can still go their way. But this is also a big win for Twisted Minds. They needed that point as things are getting a little dicey there on the bottom of the standings. So, great victory for them.
I did think also that there was a point wherein we witnessed already the damage output of TNC, and still props to them for that well-fought fight. It just so happens that they fell short, a little bit short from that performance, but still, there really is a difficulty if you wanted to execute a late game mage without having a jungle that had a snowball.
That's true.
Yeah.
And then in this game, Twisted was just relentless, right?
I know.
It was so hard to breathe, even especially for Zyda, who just kept getting checked from minute number 1.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, Zyda really wasn't able to do much throughout this entire series because he was just kind of stopped in his tracks for a lot of it. And so, you know, it was great to see, too, the way that MP kind of adjusted in this series and made things work, a couple different heroes. But like I said, as a team, this was an adjustment that Twisted Minds had to make and improve on it. They clearly did that and made it happen. So great to see them come through with that. And you guys remember, they didn't go crazy with the draft this time. You know? So
GF buff.
Yep,
GF
that
buff.
too. So let's go ahead and throw it over on stage to hear for our winners interview.
And there you finally have it. Twist what? Your winners, Twisted Minds! Gentlemen, congratulations. Nakuha nyo yung second win nyo of this season. MP the King, pinakitaan mo kahit yung Phoenix Army, the entire MPL, kung ano ang kaya mong gawin. I just wanna know, where has this been? Where has this performance been? Iba ba yung gigil na nararamdaman mo today? Or ano bang klaseng adjustment yung ginawa nyo to finish this week strong?
Siguro iniisip lang namin na konti na lang yung laro na titira namin. Kaya kailangan talaga namin mag-double effort. Kaya yun yung para kahit paano nakikita namin na nagkabunga na yung pag-double effort namin.
So MP, sabi nyo, kailangan yung i-double the effort no, to win this series. So, tell us, MP the King, ano yung kinailangan nyong i-adjust para manalo against the Phoenix Army and to halt their playoffs certification?
Siguro yung in-adjust namin yung pagiging disiplinado naming player. Tapos pag hindi na kaya sa objective, binibigay na lang namin kagad.
Binibigay nila lahat talaga.
And they see it. We see it. We see it. Dahil inilaban talaga nila. Quite dominant, especially in game number 2. Escalera, I want to know more from you as well. Kasi that was one of your former teams. OG, TNC Pro Team. And, you know, ikaw yung isa sa mga naging hadlang sa kanila for them to reach that point. Pero ikaw din, meron ka ring hinahabol para sa Twisted Minds. What's the mindset for you and this team, lalo na naghahabol kayo ng puntos para sa playoffs?
Yung pagpasok ko dito sa venue parang ano eh. Wala pa ako sa all-around. Siguro, hindi ko alam. Basta ang weird lang siguro sabihin parang nag-pray lang ako na ibalik yung gigil ko kasi nawawala na rin yung gigil ko. Ngayon parang pagka-pray ko kanina, nagulat ako parang basta nag-upo ko doon parang hindi ko na rin nakalala yung sarili.
The effort was there. As in, yung kumpiyansa mo, nararamdaman mong bumabalik. Nag-message sa'yo si Scholar kanina na galingan mo daw at yun, nagawa mo ngayon. May mensahe ka ba kay Scholar and the rest of TNC?
Si Coach Scholar, ayun yung pinakamabait na tao sa buong mundo. Sobrang bait ng tre.
Sa buong mundo, may ano ba? May lalaban ba? Wala? Si Coach Eson daw, hindi daw ba siya yung pinakamabait na nakita mo ever in your life? Hindi? Sige,
What
hayaan na
about Coach
muna
Bon?
natin. Oo nga, Coach Bon, sige. Sige,
Mga
bato naman
tagal
natin
yan,
kay
mga
Coach
tagal
Bon. Coach Bon Chan, again, congratulations. Nakikita na namin yung bunga nung what you said from before, the way you wanted to change the game. Alice, every time, is banned pag kayo yung naglalaro. What about the patch now? Ano ba ang approach ng Twisted Minds sa patch ngayon?
Pagdating sa mga patches, something na expected namin na nangyayari during regular season. And yun naman din yung nagiging exciting pag nagkakaroon ng patch. Ibig sabihin, may mga indirect heroes na nababuff na iniisip ng iba kung ano yung nasa patch notes, yun yung inabuff. Pero may mga indirect heroes na nababuff due to itemization, na may napalitan din sa items, sa mechanics ng laro. And yun yung mas nagiging exciting pagdating ng, para sa mga audience, may mga lumalabas na bagong hero na dating hindi na nagagamit.
And speaking of the audience, Coach Bon, let's talk about your ever so supportive fans, no? They always show up regardless of the results of the game.
You hear them
Yes.
right now, Coach.
Diba? You can hear their support. Ano naman yung mga mensahe nyo para sa mga fans nyo here and also sa mga team bahay na fans nyo, Coach Bon?
Para sa lahat ng fans namin, gusto ko malaman nyo na lahat ng ito, ng pinaghihirapan namin, lahat ito para sa inyo. Isa kayo sa mga motivations namin.
Para sa inyo.
Para
Can you cheer
sa
for
minds.
them again, guys?
Twist what? And there you have it once again, your winners, Twisted Minds. Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. Twisted Minds, they wanted to finish off before the long break, a strong finish para makuha nila ang second match win in Season 15.
Hans, grabe, ang galing nila. It takes me back to what Athena said kanina, no? This is their chance to change the story, and they did. They really did twist the game.
Alam mo, nakita natin or nasabi ni Coach Bon, there were a lot of, concepts and ideas na gusto niya, pero isa lang mahalaga, nakuha nila ang panalo. Ano kayo masasabi ng ating mga casters? Casters, pasok.
And there you have it. Once again, congratulations to Twisted Minds. And yeah, great to hear from Coach Bonchan because, I think a lot of people have been asking about the drafting, of course, that comes into play. I know I have myself. I still stand by some of the picks that have come up and being like, wonder why that was, why that came through. But I still think the same thing. If we think about it, it was what? The Alpha and Matilda. That's a combination that ends up working out a lot. This is like a classic thing, and that's what I was saying. I feel like at this point in the regular season and how dire the points are for Twisted Minds, this is what they had to do. They did it in the series, and look what happened. They get a sweep.
Yep, really that performance from Twisted Minds just goes to show that they can maximize the heroes that they have with Outplayed being the MVP again with this back-to-back MVP performance. Same hero, just goes to show that Outplayed can maximize the capability and potential that a Granger has. And still, similar to what happened and how game number 1 played out, I do think that Outplayed has this kind of confidence in using the Granger, knowing fully well that he can, in a way, be at the safer end of the spectrum when it comes to team fights because the range that the Granger has in the fight. But right now, again, going back to the keys to victory for Outplayed specifically in retaliating against the Express, that's literally what he did. All, of course, with the help of his teammates. We've been seeing the rotation coming from the middle lane of Twisted Minds, and this is also what I have been mentioning at the start and at the beginning of this matchup, wherein we expect faster rotation because of the Mathilda as well as the Faramis combination and the ever-classic Mathilda Alpha, and we've seen that in this game. For TNC, however, their lineup really is stacked into the late game, but although we did see a glimpse of that, there hasn't been a point wherein they were able to capitalize on that as much because they were pushed to a corner by Twisted Minds.
I gotta say, it wasn't like super insanely dominant. Like they can just do whatever they want on the map. It just so happened that Twisted Mind actually were able to just do a lot of catches. And I gotta say, Hajizi on support mages is just so much better.
I know.
I don't know. I just remember how Hajizi was way back then.
Yeah.
This is like old school Hajizi we saw here today, alongside obviously the aggression of Escalera and MP the King, but outplayed with the 1v2 on top side. Man, this team went insane.
Yeah, it was nice to see, and you know, this is relatively a longer game, and you also have to say, like, TNC was doing what they had to with the lineup they had, you know, trying to extend the game. They got to a point where they did get 10 minutes, by the way. You know, when we were saying it, they did get that, but you know, unfortunately, they weren't able to go ahead and win that big fight that led to them getting to this. And so, you know, for Twisted Minds, like I said, they all played their part really well. It's nice to see picks, even like the Faramis, come through. A whole lot of utility for this lineup. And yeah, it's something that teams are going to have to consider when they do face off against Twisted Minds, especially in our last couple of weeks of the regular season.
Just realized with all that action, it was a 7-1 kill.
7-1.
I know. That's
20 minutes.
Yeah, we've mentioned that also, that compared to game number 1, this is less action-packed. Well, it is action-packed
really
in a sense that it's more objectives. For Twisted Minds, more specifically, I think it reached a point wherein they were able to sweep all of the objectives, and then TNC wasn't able to take down at least one turret up until the latter stages of the game. And then we've been talking about how this game, I would say, really was difficult for Yawi specifically because he was the sole initiator for TNC Pro Team. I would have liked more proactivity coming from KarlTzy because that would have helped and eased Yawi a lot from all the setups that they needed. In game number 1, they were doing crowd control overload, but in game number 2, we were seeing a lack of it, I would say.
Yeah.
Feels like actually a lot of pressure on Yawi in this game, right?
Yeah, I think that's... I don't know, that's been the case for Yawi a lot. Like, there are games where he's got a lot of that pressure and that weight on the shoulders, but that's also just the roams right now, I feel like, in the current meta. In general, that seems to be the case, and that's why it's also really important when you have, you know, for example, James. Like, look how much damage James took from first game and even this, you know, and these XP laners are becoming very big parts of the success for teams that are finding wins. And our BPI Rich guy, again, is outplayed, and he's just allowed to be able to farm up so well because of the space that he's granted with the lineups that have been drafted.
Yeah, and it's not even just granted to him, it is handed to him on a silver platter. And with Outplayed having that much space, I think it really is just up to him how he will be able to, in a way, utilize that. Because again, the XP laners in this meta, more specifically, are very beneficial, I would say, in terms of the objective rotation, especially around the turtle area. We've seen that in game number 1, wherein they were tasked to locate the Lord. But in game number 2, wherein the turtles are much more, I don't know, higher stakes.
Yeah.
I think that's where the XPs really shine.
That's true. And yeah, I still really feel like KarlTzy could have done more proactivity to maybe enable better AOGs from Yawi in this game, though. It just keeps going back to my mind.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like when you're watching an Edith, you're like, man, you want to almost see those kind of aggressive or those plays, the kind of risky setups with the flicker, you know, the flicker surprise, like here I am. And then that would have alleviated some things for Yawi. So, but first, we're going to hear the mic check for this victory for Twisted Minds.
Ay, bakla ka. Sila na pa-pressure, sila na. Kailan ka matatapos ata. Dumiso na kayo ka lang sa'yo, pre. Nice one, big. Bigger ulit. Gmail pa ako, susubit ka. Jambil, kuha. Sayaw mo na, Bill. Tapos na to, promise, sumayaw ka na dun. Ay, parang...
You saw Outplayed, he was ready to take the jacket off, man. And that was Escalera being pretty loud there in the comms, but
very loud.
Outplayed, I feel like he was feeling pretty good
Gearing
about
up. Yeah, and the game hasn't even ended and it was like...
the jacket's coming off, man. You know, so again, congratulations to Twisted Minds, a hard-fought victory against a team like TNC, who has technically been on a pretty good roll so far in the previous matches. Of course, they were playing with Coil in the previous ones, and Zyda came through, and yeah, it was just overall there was some mistakes that TNC made, and they had to kind of adjust from. Again, we'll see if they do end up getting to the playoffs either way, you know, because this matchup wasn't the only condition for TNC. So if you're part of the Phoenix Army, don't fret. There's still a chance. You know, there's still a chance ahead of them.
We wait.
So we do wait. But I don't know, you guys feel pretty good about that matchup?
It felt really okay for me. Just okay. It didn't feel like the TNC I was used to seeing the past week or so.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking maybe it's time to start cooking something else in the TNC boot camp later.
Well, also, there's another thing cooking here, and that is SPS. This is actually from our dear friend Mirko. Shoutouts to him. The SPS Mobile Masters 2025 is coming up. How are you preparing? I've been relaxing, keeping up with the matches, but really just enjoying the MPL ID holiday. Ha ha. Who are you rooting for?
Bigatron, of course.
Bigatron, bro.
Best
team. ITW. Individually, though, I'm excited to see OHEB PH back in form and back in the international tournament. Can you guys do a Mirko impression on the next one? Maybe you can.
I'm pretty sure.
How? Mirko, don't kill me.
I believe in you, Auntie. The next chat bubble. Oh, here, I'll be. This will be me. The Philippines have 2 representatives, Team Falcons and OHEB Philippines. How do you think they will fare against Indonesia's representatives? Typing.
Okay.
Come on,
Typing. Faster, Mirko!
Against Indonesia, right?
Oh, he's
probably so mad right now.
Oh, here we go.
Both Falcons and OHEB are extremely strong, despite both being kind of inconsistent in the MPL PH regular season.
I'll do this next half.
Okay.
So if Indonesian teams want to win Mobile Masters, they will have to beat Falcons and OHEB.
Right?
Or that sounded like...
Right?
Big W. Come on, bro. Big W.
That sounded like Arashi, I'm sorry.
I don't know if this is actually Mirko, because there's way too less big W's.
Yeah.
And any player excited to see perform? Kalra. Whoa, he sends a photo.
No. Hey, that's wrong. It's Kalra.
No holds barred. Wow. SPS Mobile Master 25 Power Rankings. Bigatron Alpha. Not hashtag.
Please win.
OHEB PH, OHEB Esports, Team Falcons, Aurora from Turkey, and then Team Liquid Indonesia.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Hey, have you seen OHEB Esports right now? They have been crazy.
With Ryota.
And I have been very impressed. They were able to actually get some really good scrim results, I heard. So, interesting.
Any messages for the Filipino fans regarding the upcoming SPS Mobile Masters 2025? Come watch my goats!
My goats!
That's my goats! Bigatron!
There you go. And you see them fly. By the way, they did fly out yesterday right after their games. So congratulations there and good luck to our teams.
Big shout outs to them, Team Falcons and OHEB Philippines, as they embark for the Mobile Masters. And of course, they had their outfits of the day photos, and we got to see a lot of the photos. Shout out to, Falcons, because they literally went to the airport right after sweeping Twisted Minds last night. And they mentioned that in their interview too.
That's
I think it was it Ogwen? He was
Ogwen.
Yeah, we were going right to the airport, and that they did. And of course, here's the boys looking really good from OHEB Philippines.
Wow.
What a drip.
What a drip.
Drip is insane here.
Who's got the best drip here?
They got that aura. They got their aura forming right now. Obviously,
who's the drippiest?
Obviously,
maybe
Kirk.
King Kong.
I think Kirk,
me.
man.
Kirk?
Kirk's got some. Look at that guy, man. He's got like the silver bling and everything.
Silver bling.
Yeah.
Wait, are they all in black except Kalra?
Yes, Kalra is wearing gray. He's not part of the group chat.
Not part of the group chat.
Didn't get the memo.
Yes, didn't get the memo.
I like the glasses though.
Yeah.
He's got on. Of course, we got hate there too. So, good luck to our teams, our representatives.
And then at the other side, it's like that was the exact uniform they were wearing in the games.
Yeah.
Right to the airport.
Yeah.
I love that.
Right after, right?
Right after
the fight. Wow.
And we're technically really close to the airport, right?
Yeah.
Are we that close?
Yeah, we are.
Maybe if there's no traffic jam.
We're in Magallanes, and they just have to go
20 minutes probably, tops. 20 minutes
go to the
tops.
expressway, and they're in
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I guess I don't count it because where I currently am staying at my parents' house, we're 10 minutes away from the airport.
Wow.
That's what I consider close. Like
10
close.
minutes. 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Literally walk to the
Fair.
Yeah, but I wouldn't because I'm carrying luggage.
By the way, safe flights on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, he's flying out on Tuesday. If anyone's in,
He's flying as.
I'm not going.
What?
I'm not casting. Like, I don't want to tell
No,
him.
I mean,
like,
I'm telling them
but
if
you
you
are
want to see
flying.
Naisu,
Yes.
he is flying out. So
Yes.
watch if there's a big guy vlogging outside.
I know.
That's probably him. Say hi.
yeah.
Say hi.
But wait, I got to clear that up too because they're going to think I'm in Indonesia where SPS Masters is actually happening. But yes, I will be going to Malaysia as well. So
Malaysia.
we'll see our fellow friends out there. And Mirko, the one that was just chatting with MPL Philippines.
In what hotel? I'm just kidding.
Yes.
Don't.
I'm actually surprised he sent that Kelro photo, by the way. I figured he'd send a different Keller photo. Because him and Keller used to play a different game in the hotel back in M6. They used to be playing like every single night and practicing their fighting moves, I should say. But yeah, that's the photo he had, surprisingly, with the jacket and all. So can't wait to see them. Can't wait to see our teams compete in SPS.
For real.
You know.
Is that happening tomorrow? Is that first day tomorrow?
The group stage starts tomorrow, I think.
Tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow, yeah.
And we have some fellow Filipino talents out there, too.
That's right. They already flew in yesterday as well, right after the game, too.
Yep. That's funny, actually. Yeah, there wasn't just the players that flew out.
Also, Midnight.
Yeah, Midnight Leo.
Brigida Ingan.
Brigida Ingan are out there. Renmar's out there. Renmar.
Everyone's having a lot of fun out there, and I hope that you guys catch them. They were on rehearsals earlier.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, by the way, can I just say, sorry, it slipped my mind now.
Tell us.
I just read something from the media by Spin Philippines.
Yeah.
It talked about Twisted Minds' performance, and they mentioned how they still are looking forward to getting into the playoffs, especially because there's a 2-week break. So there's going to be a lot of adjustments. But seeing now that they have already adjusted, especially against TNC that defeated them in the first round, to me, I'm wondering how they're going to perform more after the 2-week break, right?
I think that's where that's almost the case for all the teams, you know? Like when they have that break and obviously, we have the 2-week break for
And you're
SPS.
watching Mobile Masters?
Yes, and then you're watching Mobile Masters, and then, of course, Holy Week, and then they come back. Because, I mean, even the MPL ID was on, like, what, a 3-week break, I think, altogether?
MPL as well is also on the break.
So, that, in terms of, like, time frame for a lot of professional players and just MLBB in general, 2 weeks is a long time. And a lot of the teams that have been struggling at, you know, maybe it was the beginning half of the season and then they're here in the second half, that's plenty of time to go ahead and make something happen, you know, and maybe come in with some new strategies. Any final thoughts, guys, about our matchup here?
Final thoughts, I'm very glad that Twisted Minds actually made something happen, like you mentioned here, and it's about time.
Never doubted. I voted for Twisted Minds in that game.
That's true. Antinar did. And our next matchup later on is TLPH versus Smart Omega. So Team Liquid Philippines going against Smart Omega is our next and last match to finish off Week 6 before we do take our break. So I don't know. I almost want to say the same thing about Smart Omega that I have been saying about Twisted Minds, man. And they are one of the teams that are sitting out there at that one point. They need to come up with something.
Can I just say, though, if they do that, things will get more difficult when we go to Week 7.
That's true. And one thing's for sure, by the way, I'm sure TNC is there. They're Omega's biggest fans right now.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, they're TLPH's biggest fans.
TLPH.
Yes, because we'll talk more about that condition later when we get back to you guys. Because, like we said, there's still a stipulation out there for TNC to see if they do get that next slot for the playoffs. That would be slot number 5 because we already have the 4 teams locked in. And so we'll have to find out exactly what falls into place there, guys. That is me, Naisu, Ronkart, and Antianara. We're going to have a break before our next match, but first we'll throw it over to the host to take us there.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. It is time once again for this week's Around the World in 60 Seconds, where I have exactly 1 minute to give you all of the latest updates. With that, the timer starts now. First, to remind you that MPL Indonesia will resume on April 18 and they will be returning with RRQ defending their undefeated streak. An MPL on break as well as MPL Latam, which will resume on April 26 to begin their playoffs. In MPL Cambodia naman, it's been a tight race with Team Max, Galaxy Legends, and Pro Esports racing at the top of the standings. Just yesterday, Pro Esports' Super Red blasted his way through Team Flash to secure the sweep with his Masterclass Granger. Next, we fly over the MLBB Continental Championship Season 5 nakakasimula lang kahapon. They debuted the Global Ban System or the Brave Draft, wherein no team can pick the same hero twice in a single series. The opening day marked wins for Kid Bomba and Team Spirit, Vitrus Pro, Cyber Hero, and Forza Esports. Finally, rosters have been announced for the teams competing at MPL Malaysia Season 15. Making his debut is Kosei for Aero Esports as their opening week will begin on April 19, kaya abangan natin yan. And that is time. As of this moment, marami rin tayong kailangan na abangan with all of the matches dito mismo sa MPL Philippines. Pero ang isa sa mga kailangan pa nating abangan ay ang MPL Malaysia dahil makakapanayam natin ang isa sa mga MSC 2024 champions. Kram! Nandyan ka ba, Kram? Hello? Hello? I assume that Kram is there. Sige, Kram, buksan mo yung ilaw ha. Huwag ka mahiya. Ayun! Kram, kamusta ka naman? It's so nice to see you.
Actually, okay naman po ako. And just now po galing po kami sa team building. Yun po.
At least, di ba, nagkaroon kayo ng time to be able to spend a lot of time together, yung quality time, kumbaga, bago magsimula yung laro. Now, I have a few questions for you. Napanood mo ba yung laban kanina? TNC, they were so close in getting that one. Anong pakiramdam na yun yung dati mong team, yun yung mga former teammates mo, yung iba sa kanila?
Sayang po almost eh. Yun eh, ma-secure na sana nila yung playoff. Pero sayang yung game 1 medyo dikit yung laro. Sabay yung game 2, hindi na sila parang naka-bounce back sa game 1.
Yeah, that is actually the case. Pero let me retract my former statement. Halos wala ka palang naging teammates doon. Pero para sa mga current players, yung current players ng TNC, kung naririnig ka man nila ngayon, ano ang message mo para sa kanila?
Masaya pa rin po para sa kanila kasi ginagawa naman nila yung lahat para manalo. Yun lang. Hindi sapat yung, hindi enough yung mga binigay nila ngayon. Siguro sa mga susunod na laro nila.
Yeah, they still have a chance indeed. And sigurado naman ako na gaya ng sinabi mo ay gagalingan talaga nila para sa mga susunod nilang laban. Matanong naman kita para dun sa team mo mismo. Kasi SRG, OG, that is a solid collaboration. Kamusta ba yung collaboration na yan? Ano bang mga dapat naming asahan mula sa team nyo, Kram?
Asahan nyo lang po na this season na, yun nga, mas gagalingan namin kasi compare sa last na mga past tournaments namin, parang di pa namin masyado nakakapa yung meta. Pero ngayon parang kapa na po namin ng meta. Yun po. Abangan nyo lang kami this season. And sa paparating na MSC.
Oh, speaking of MSC, di ba, yun yung isa sa mga gusto kong malaman. And gusto lang malaman ng lahat ng iyong mga fans dito sa Pilipinas, gaano na ba ka-ready ang SRG-OG to defend their throne at MSC 2025? Nasa kondisyon na ba ang SRG-OG pagdating ng MPL Malaysia Season 15?
Ngayon po, lang po, step by step lang po. Kumbaga, nakapokus lang po muna kami sa MPL Malaysia para po makapag-qualify sa MSC. And then, pagdating naman po sa MSC, feeling ko parang kapanaman na po namin kasi na kami. May experience na po kami sa mga international tournaments.
Yeah, and those experience are gonna help you step by step bago sumakses. Kram, gusto kong malaman, I'm sure a lot of people are also listening dito ngayon sa MPL Arena at sa nila mga tahanan. Invite mo naman sila na manood ng MPL Malaysia Season 15. Kailan ba mangyayari yan?
This April 19 guys, supportahan niyo yung unang laro namin sa Bamos. Yun, sana panoorin nyo kami and supportahan niyo yung mga bawat team kasi marami rin import dito sa Malaysia. Sana bawat import supportahan nyo rin.
Kram, maraming salamat for giving us your time. Hopefully, makita namin kayo. MPL Arena, palakpakan naman natin si Kram, valiantly representing us at Malaysia, representing SRG-OG. Kram, maraming salamat. Kita-kits next time, okay?
Thank you po, thank you.
Salamat, maraming salamat. And as of this moment, there we finally have it. Meron pang TLPH kontra sa Smart Omega maya-maya lamang. Kaya huwag kayong aalis, magbabalik ang MPL Philippines.
10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Vote now!
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yeah, this skin can do that. Watch this. How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple. Just take down the enemy heroes. This don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get bandits, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at the animation. Let's see first of its kind, and then you'll be for unique features like this. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're in a budget, here's a list of products to get free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega draw bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Carnival. This national event is on Alpha's event. You can start listening on March 26th. Draw the awards. Yeah, that's why it goes to launch. You get a draw for 50% off every day. Yes, stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hit skin number 1. Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Nagbabalik tayo dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 15 at bago magsimula ang laban between Team Liquid Philippines and Smart Omega, Hans Galleria together with me, Jamie Fournier. Jamie,
Hey.
what do we have today actually?
Well, you know what? We have some fun games for our audience members right now, Hans.
All right.
And it is called the
Time Zone
Easter Egg Hunt.
Okay, so for the time Zone Easter Egg Hunt, simpleng-simple lang ang gagawin nyo. Hindi nyo na kailangan pumunta dito sa stage dahil ang sagot ay nasa upuan nyo na mismo. So pwede, kung masisilip nyo, alright, ang ilalim ng inyong mga upuan, nandyan ang possible na Easter eggs for you guys to win in-game redeemable codes. Ayan, may nanalo na. Angat nyo guys,
Raise it.
Para
We wanna
makita.
see. Yay.
Alright, para makita natin. Nakaangat na. Alright,
There
I
you
love
have
it. I love it.
Congrats.
Meron na, meron.
Okay.
Congratulations. We see a
have
bit
our
more.
winners. Bawal lumipat ng upuan,
Oo,
okay?
para lang sure na makita natin, alright?
Alright.
Yung mga hindi pinalad, pwede naman kayong manood next week. Okay,
Crazy naman yan.
okay, malala, we're
Congratulations
still
to the
here.
winners.
Alright, so a way for you guys to be able to claim those codes is to go to the registration booth. Ayan, meron tayong mga ushers and marshals na i-assist kayo guys para mapunta kayo or para mapuntahan nyo mismo yung registration booth natin so you can go ahead and claim those codes. Grabe, hindi pa nagsisimula, Jamie, meron na kagad prizes.
Exactly. That's the fun they can look forward to when they watch here at the MPL Arena, diba, Hans? Wala silang ginawa. They just sat on their seats and they won.
And marami pa silang ma-enjoy maya-maya lamang. So just make sure that everything is about to happen dito lang sa Time Zone Easter Egg Hunt. You love seeing it, right? Maglalaban na ang Team Liquid Philippines kontra sa Smart Omega sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of Switch na lane na parang gera HP racing, may reset up Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Laila Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama pataas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang lalas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang lalas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Laging every beat, no surrender nor retreat Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve Laging every beat, no surrender nor retreat Giving 100 all my all cause we just cannot be defeated We we are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Sumatawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin ito, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
And welcome back to Family Sunday here after the short break that we had to go ahead and prepare for this. And as you guys got to see, we had a little Easter egg hunt as well from Time Zone. So congratulations to the winners. What is up, guys? It's me, Naisu, joined here on the desk once again with Rockhart and Antianara. And how are we doing, boys? And
It's okay. He can call me a boy.
how are we doing?
It's okay.
It's part of the open. It's just part of the,
That's his intro.
part of the opening.
Yes.
I am very happy with the result. I was very happy to be surprised by Twisted Minds earlier. Despite, obviously, we kind of lean towards CNC, like the both of us. But again, we're looking for maybe that to happen here. Maybe miracles do happen today. And,
Maybe they do.
Yeah, I do think that Twisted Minds win really was something that they prepared for. So well-deserved win from Twisted Minds. Looking forward to how we will see them perform as we head on to the 2-week break after the series.
Yeah, and again, if you guys missed it, the last match, TNC is waiting to see if they will go ahead and lock in at the playoff spot. They did lose against Twisted Minds, and it's great. Like Antianara mentioned this before we close out for the break, that if this is the case where for some way, somehow, Smart Omega beats TLPH here, that's really going to shake things up at the bottom of the standings for those teams that were all sitting at 1 before, but now there's 2 points there for Twisted Minds. Now, real quick, too, we want to give a thanks to our sponsor, Time Zone. Time Zone has an exclusive promo right now just for you guys. You can get 400 pesos a power load for only 200 pesos.
And imagine all you have to do is to register on the Time Zone Fun app. Insert the promo code TZXMPL. Again, that's TZXMPL. And redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. So,
don't miss out on this amazing deal. I got shocked.
Don't miss out on an amazing deal. Just like as Renmar would like to say. And once again, these are our Infinix standings for you guys to go ahead and check out. The updated ones, like we mentioned, there are 4 spots already locked in for the playoffs out of the 6. TNC the closest to get there, but as you saw, Twisted Minds gets that 1 point, so that puts them at 2, getting them a little bit of space now against Smart Omega and AP Brandon. Like we mentioned, after this match tonight, we do have a 2-week break. So there is plenty of time here for these teams to go ahead and maybe adjust their strategies, maybe adjust their play style even to an extent, and see what they want to bring to the table for the last couple of weeks, because they are all fighting for those last 2 spots right now for the playoffs.
Right now, we still haven't seen the last 2 spots secured. So again, like what we have been talking about in the previous series before it started, it's up to the teams now how they would want to spin the games moving forward. And considering that this is the last series before we end and before we start with the 2-week break, this is definitely something that you would want to win.
Yep.
Talking about OMG before things get very difficult again.
That's right. So call your friends, call your loved ones. It's going to be a long break from MPL.
Yeah.
Maybe they might miss this.
Yep.
You know what you guys don't want to miss is this deal from TT Racing. You can get 2,000 pesos off on a discount for the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code for MPL 2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing Gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info, and just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
And for us,
Very proud of you.
Very literally.
Thank you. Thank you, bro. Thank you, boy.
Hey, Anthony, look, if Brigida gets called dude over here, she becomes a Brigadude.
Yeah.
I guess so. That happens a lot.
It's okay.
What do you call your community?
What do you mean?
Your community.
My community?
Yeah, you're like your
Tiaras.
Huh?
Tiaras.
Tiaras?
As in the crown.
The tiaras.
Yes.
So
All right.
tiara dudes, because the
Tiara
Brigadudes
dudes.
become the Brigadudes. So yeah. Now, talking about switching things over now to the matchup here at hand, it's TLPH versus Smart Omega, and this is the thing. It's JP versus Chaknu, Hearts of Steel, and these are legendary roamers.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then they're going to get casted by the Heart of Rock.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Just kidding. You know what? I've watched these two players since they were rookies, obviously. And
Since they were youngins.
They were young ones. And I got to say, I feel like they've really achieved so much already.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're still pretty much in their prime. I guess I did miss out on the Chaknu, like the what do you call
What
that?
are they
The
showing us
friendship.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the old teammates. But you know what? JP
Look at the
has
throwback.
really made a mark.
Throwback.
I love it. The teammates are so supportive
I
of the
know.
throwback.
They
Let's
are.
go.
Can you actually read this for us? No, you know what, Anthony and Aaron, since it's your first day here, I'll let you read this one.
Okay, I will translate it as I read, okay? Thank you so much for your trust in me and for supporting, despite there being times that there are a lot of things happening in the team. You continue supporting us, so thank you to everyone. Yes! As a translator,
I know, right?
That was a great job translating.
yes,
You know?
thank you.
It's just a nice reminder as well from his teammates, as this guy is a back-to-back MPL champion.
Correct.
Season 4 and Season 5.
Yeah.
One of the most experienced players out there, and you know, here's another one. By the way,
Another one.
the Chaknu, the Mamba himself. You know what? Let me take this one.
You take that one.
I don't know if I can real-time translate it though.
Okay.
We're always in it. We're always challenging. Like we are always challenged. Sometimes we can secure the playoffs right away, and you know, sometimes we don't. We never give up, Lang. Is that
Never give up, Lang. Come on,
Okay,
bro.
it's okay. I will rate it a 9.5 over 10.
It's very authentic
Yes.
Filipino right there.
Okay.
One more.
No, you know, rock hard. You take this one.
So their mindset is, as long as the game's not done, it's not really over quite yet. Just keep on fighting, never give up. And until we can, we're going to try to go and make it to the playoffs.
I think the Chaknu really cemented his role as the team captain of OMG. And if you're going to look at Smart Omega's Facebook page, I would say that a lot of people still are looking for Chaknu right
so.
now, as he has not been playing since, I believe, week 1 or week 2.
Look at those stats, man.
No, I think it's JP dancing.
Was that JP dancing?
I think that was
so.
JP Aura farming.
Yes,
right
look,
there.
yeah, it's dancing.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness.
Forget the stats. Let's look at his
Look at
dancing
this.
moves.
Look at those moves.
No, so again, these are two legendary roamers that we have here.
Oh, Chaknu's also dancing. Wait.
Oh,
no. Oh, no.
Wow.
It's a dance-off.
It's a dance-off.
Oh.
They look so different. Oh,
What?
my goodness.
Who wins that battle?
That's so hard to judge, man. I can't.
Who wins that
Look
one?
at that. Look at the moves. Look at the moves. It's all in the hips.
JP.
Here's another one for
more.
JP. Wait, why are they not leaving JP's there? We get a glimpse at it. At least Chaknu's, we get to see the full dance, man.
Yeah. I think JP is putting the hand away.
Sorry.
Hey, that's Daddy JP for a reason.
I know.
He tells the kids, knock it off. They knock it off. I was going to say, who was the one holding it
Very
up?
competitive. I think that's Sanford and Sanji.
Sanford and Sanji. You know, again, it's these guys that play a big part of both the lineups, and I know Chaknu has been switched in and out. We've seen Super Yoshi come through, especially in the earlier weeks. But nonetheless, you cannot deny the impact and the cause and effect of having Chaknu on the team. Now, I do think that obviously I like to see him be a little more proactive with certain heroes rather than more of the passive ones, and I think that's where we get to see him shine the most. JP, on the other hand, just seems like consistently he's making plays. He's able to go ahead and play around the team, and I think that's a big part of what TLPH has had a strong point in this season alone, is playing around that. And we can also give a big shout out to the watch parties. There's actually 2 happening on right now. Shout out to, man, why do they do this spiel in Tagalog, man? Shout out to mga nasa watch party for Team Liquid Philippines sa Barangay Rizal Science City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija.
And of course, everyone watching for Smart Omega in Apolonio Samson Barangay Hall in Quezon City.
Yeah.
So in English, big shout outs to the watch parties.
Yeah.
Out there.
Big shout out to watch parties.
And you know, it's interesting how they could mount a watch party in Nueva Ecija. Isn't Nueva Ecija so far from?
It's very north.
Yeah.
It's very it's very north, and but it's great to see because almost all the teams. Well, is it all the teams that have watch parties? I know a lot of the teams have the watch parties.
Aurora has.
Aurora has. Smart Omega, TLPH, TNC I know has some too. But we can ask you guys right here, the community, you guys can get involved with us. Who is Chaknu's most played hero in MPL PH? Is it A, Grok, B, Kufra, C, Cho, or D, Jawhead?
Oh my god, that's hard. Wait.
Which one?
This one.
Is it?
My
I think I
stats.
know. I think I know who it is, man.
My stats brain is leaning
I
towards
think- yeah.
Kufra, but I feel like Cho is... Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Okay, that's hard.
That's a tough question.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you. Thank
Maybe
you, Prod.
if
I was
we
not
give
ready for that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure also.
What about you?
I don't know 100%, but I'm leaning towards B.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards B and C.
You can't have both. Yeah, that's
So
not
just
how multiple
one.
choice works.
Okay, so maybe for me, it's a Cho. Just
Feel like it's a Cho, right?
I feel like it's a
Because
Cho.
obviously, if you think about Chaknu, it's Kufra
And
boom.
Grok.
Yeah.
But you know, Grok, yeah. But you know, Cho feels like it's always their go-to when things go bad.
Yeah.
So what's our predictions for this one?
My prediction is going to be just for the plot.
For the plot.
Smart Omega.
Me too. Smart Omega.
Let's do another one.
Are we all doing Smart Omega?
Wow.
Yeah, let's go.
Why do you have my emotes, by the way?
Okay,
It's your
Smart
emotes.
Omega.
I'm going for Smart Omega.
Me too. Me
Only
too.
because my middle name is Omega.
Yeah.
He is literally Omega.
Yeah.
That's
But
that's
my
what we're going for.
My brain still says TL, but
Me.
for the
no,
plot.
Omega.
All right, we're all going with Omega for this one. Let's go ahead and welcome our teams and our marshals out for the matchup here. Hands, I know you got this one. Take it away.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, JJ, David, and Patrick. Can the barangay survive the march of the cavalry? It's Team Liquid Philippines versus Smart Omega. At the EXP lane, you have Sanford and Luis. At jungle, you have KarlTzy and Andoryu. At mid, you have Sanji and Ukir. At Rome, you have the Roamer of the Week, JP and Chaknu. And at gold, you have OHEB and Jome. And their coaches, Coach RC and Coach Lembot. Matchup is finally underway. OHEB, Jome, step forward. Jome, ikaw na uunahin ko this time. Paano ka papalag kay OHEB? Ano naman ang palag mo?
Silence means winning.
Kung tahimik siya, paano ka naman papalag? OHEB, ano naman ang palag mo?
Hindi kami magpapabawi.
Magkakabawian o makakatahimik ba? Guys, fist bump already. Smart Omega, Team Liquid Philippines, you may now take your center. Kabarangay, Cavalry, make some noise for this matchup right underway. Casters, pasok.
Okay, here we go. Team Liquid PH, the lineup here. Take us through this one.
I really feel like the duos that were created here, plus the anchor that is Sanji, JP, I feel like they've just created such a monster of a composition, especially the comfort that we're seeing from the gold here, and the jungle is just off the charts. That even though they are put in some really difficult situations sometimes, don't always play perfectly, it feels like they're just able to eke out a win. And sometimes they actually admit it, right? So,
yeah.
It's so cool.
This is going to be interesting because of what they've done so far, and now against them is Smart Omega. Antianara, how's this looking?
We haven't seen Chaknu play in quite a while, but now with the renewed Chaknu, we might be seeing an entirely a new barangay. We've been talking about the performance of OMG, how it has been shaky despite their good run last season. But right now, they need to be able to step their game up because, again, this might just be a game wherein we are seeing the Omega that we once knew. Things haven't ended yet, and just like what Chaknu has mentioned, we still continue to fight.
Yeah, and looking at the breakdown of the stats, you guys can see really how difficult it's been for Smart Omega. That 20% game win rate is not obviously going to be in their favor against a team like TLPH that has been at the top of the standings for the majority of the regular season up to this point, and was, you know, the second team to secure the playoff spot. And so I've been saying this all season long, like Smart Omega, there's something that clearly was not connected. You know, we saw them switch things up with even the lineup, and now that Chaknu's back, it's like, you know, I still, even from what we saw previously from them in this week, there's so much left to be wanted here. If you're a fan, if you're a part of the barangay, you know, you're just sitting there and being like, what can change the fate of Smart Omega right now? What is that big change that's needed? Because I feel like there's so many boxes that needed to be checked. If you break down their matches, you know, whether it was Super Yoshi, whether it was Chaknu, and even as the man on the screen right now, Big J, Jome, has never really been able to shine, maybe one or two games, because of the fact that, you know, we mentioned this, like most gold laners, they just get to wait. They get to wait for their time, they farm up, they do their thing later, mid-late game. Well, for Smart Omega, Big J sees his teams just completely dying in the early game, you know, and then he never really gets to pop off later on.
I think it was also brought up some time a while ago that Big J has took on the helm of being one of the primary shot callers of Smart Omega. And I'd say that has definitely changed the dynamics of how Omega has been performing. In terms of the statistics, we really see OHEB being on top of all of the statistics except for the kill participation. But then with how Omega has been performing, as I've been mentioning, we see a different dynamics now that Chaknu is in, and hopefully we are gonna see again how Omega was able to defeat OHEB Philippines, hence putting a stop on the winning streak of OHEB last season, and how they will be able to translate that heading on into this matchup of Team Liquid Philippines that's equally on the same winning stride as OHEB then.
Man, TLPH actually just like stumbled once as well, right? So it wasn't like a major stumble as well.
Against Aurora.
Yeah, and I was against Aurora, who was also on a win streak. So it's really hard to like blame him for that. Yeah. And on the other side, it feels like putting Chaknu in is the correct answer. But the community has been also their community, from what I've read,
right?
They're very mixed on the reactions there and their groups. So I really am wondering, is it really a big change to have Chaknu in, or maybe does Jome need to really step up even further to make sure he can do more for his team?
I think the whole team does, man. I know Ukir even goes under the radar a little bit here, and I just feel like, again, every person on Smart Omega, whatever iteration we see of them, has to kind of step up, especially now that you're here. You're closing out week 6. You are going to have somewhat of that break, so you're going to have time to go ahead and recalibrate things, and maybe, hey, maybe in week 7, whatever, regardless happens here tonight, we see a new and improved Smart Omega Barangay for week 7 and onwards. So, but first, let's go ahead and hear the Smart Ping test from our players for this matchup.
Itong Omega, respetuhin natin to, pre. Isipin nyo si Chakno yung isa nila. Si Chakno yung isa nila. Isipin nyo, MSC champion. Yung golden nila, Big J. Baka wrestlingin tayo niyan. Wala ko MSC, kaya nga di natin dapat maliitin yung mga MSC champion. Tapos si Andoryu, respetuhin din natin kasi matagal na rin siya sa MPL. Di na siya rookie na binabata, kaya respetuhin natin yan. Next, si Rico. Si Rico, respetuhin ko talaga yan kasi katapat ko yan eh. Mas magaling sa akin yan. Kumbaga, andito si Rico, andito lang ako.
Busal sa bibig ng batang rebelde nang hindi na makasabatang rebelde. Ano ang palag mo kay Sanji? Mas maganda, standing namin sa inyo. Bakit? Binaliktad ko eh. Shoutout sa mga sa mga taong nagmamahal at muling magmamahal. Okay. Guys, bilhin nyo na yung Smart Omega na sticker. Tsaka eSIM. Ika nga ni Batas, kami naman ang pipiliin pag di na sila bata. Ang buhay ay parang weather lang.
Okay.
Okay, Kuya Okir.
Okay.
Okay.
King.
Was Okir spitting bars or not? Because I couldn't really catch on.
He was.
Were those the bars? Well, Antinara, why don't you give us the bars for the Infinix keys to victory?
Yeah, interestingly enough, all of these keys to victory lead to setting up the roamers for the XP laners. For Sanford, he needs to be able to stalk his prey before pouncing. And for Luis, prepare a counter attack. But most interestingly, for the both keys to victory for both teams, they need to be able to lead the charge for their roamers. As we see in the first series, in case you weren't here, James played a huge role and part in leading his team to victory because he was the one sandbagging, if that's even a term, all of the damage output coming from the side of TNC at the time. But now, for both Sanford and Luis, not only do they need to be able to set things up for their team, they also need to, in a way, be a selfless player, be the one who soaks up all the damage output so that your roamer has things easier.
You know, when I look at those keys to victory, I'm wondering, how do you prepare a counterattack against TLPH and their playstyle? Like, what do you do against that? Because they play hard and fast. So, like, how do you counter that?
From the game yesterday, it did feel like they were just stampeding on their opponents, right? So, I guess the best you can do is just kind of, separate or dissect how TLPH is attacking.
Yeah.
Maybe attack them when they're not grouped up as much. Look for that opening.
Yeah, and can I just say, there's this quote that from Chaknu that stuck with me the most, wherein he said, "Let's just wait. These people will eventually make mistakes." That's
So
not the
passive,
exact
or-
term. So
Is the counter punch being passive? Like, is that what we're saying? Like, or just a wait for your moment type thing?
wait for your moment type, I feel.
Okay,
That's
well,
kind of fair, but also at the same time, it really worked back then in the heyday where like season 6, season 7,
But
season
now
8.
not so
people
much
were very
anymore.
prone to mistakes. But now people feel like they're just so calculated,
Yeah.
right? So I don't know, it's gonna be hard, man.
okay, well, we're seeing this a lot now. The Hilda coming forward for that first phase on the red side. Then there's the Harith. So here's the answer from TLPH. What are we thinking?
Yep. Right now for TLPH, definitely a Granger pick would be great. I'm thinking if they should go for the Lucas already, but that has a low probability because the Valentina could be the third pick of OMG. So Granger 1, and then the second one could be Hylos or Gatot Kacha. Just so that there's another layer of tankiness from them. So that's what I'm looking at right now for TLPH. Yeah, correct. So now for OMG, for sure, Joy third pick.
Yeah, they can't. I don't really see them slotting out the Joy here. If they don't pick it up here, and they go for maybe mid, that's a bad call because you're gonna get your Joy banned out.
Valen?
That's a Valentina. That's a Varsa rather. So they are risking their jungle getting banned out. So Joy's probably banned. Hayabusa could be next.
Do you think Andorio wants to play the Hanzo again? Like,
Maybe.
And it's so weird because we've seen that pick now multiple times, but it hasn't won yet.
Yeah.
What about the Lucas jungle here? Possible?
Right now for an OMG, It's okay, but again, Valentina's still open for TLPH, so there's less likelihood that the Joy has been banned out. My worry though, for this Farsa is that there is a Hylos, so the tendency is for the Hylos to stay beside the Farsa.
You're just gonna jump and run towards the Farsa all the time.
And
I know.
you can just cast the Ring of the
Punishment.
Law and Order against the Farsa to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike. So that's my worry. So yeah, that's what we were talking about. Hanzo has been banned by TLPH.
There it is. So all the good junglers that I think Adore would love.
Yeah.
You know, you're getting pushed back to Julian, Ling.
Oh man, no.
Yeah.
Why
Oh,
not?
man, no.
Why not? Why not? Come on.
Like,
why? Because Julian sucked yesterday.
It's funny because I'm like, oh man, no. Like, I'd rather see the Hanzo with a 0% win rate
Than the Julian.
than one of those, yeah.
Right.
Maybe Haya. Haya
Lucas
or
Jungle.
Alpha.
Haya is great. Yeah, you're right. Alpha is available.
Yeah. Haya, Alpha.
I'm a believer in Lucas.
Badang first.
Badang
Fair.
All right.
See what these last 2 picks for TLPH are going to be. They go with the Badang though. For Smart Omega,
This is more likely to roam. Sorry, is
Yeah.
this more likely to roam? The Badang.
Yeah.
Right.
For sure. Yeah, Novar.
Zushin! Oh my god.
And they take the Lucas for the XP lane. And so the last pick,
Wow!
Do you guys remember how bad this did?
I
though?
know. That's why.
Like, oh no!
I'd rather not. I know when you said that earlier. It's like, yeah, I remember how bad that was.
Yeah, and I remember at the time, Ling wasn't the only jungler left open.
Yeah.
I think they played the Alpha that won.
Yep.
But they still chose to go with the Ling, and they lost.
Haya Obusa was open back then.
Like, I want to be excited for the Link. Don't get me wrong.
Of course.
But it has struggled.
Yeah.
Super. And if you get behind, you're not getting your buff, man. And without your buff for Andoryu, you're just going to be
reverse snowball.
Looking cool. You're just going to be hopping from wall to wall, not really being able to do much.
It's going to be difficult.
Spiderling.
For sure.
Yeah, hopefully Smart Omega can pull that off. There's one last look at the lineups here for both teams. And you guys can let us know right now if this game 1 is going to go in the hands of TLPH, or will it go to Smart Omega in this best of 3? Again, TLPH already locking in the playoff spot earlier.
Welcome to
they
Mobile
are just fighting
Legends.
for that top seed moving forward. And Smart Omega fighting for the bottom of the standings right now to be one of the teams contending for the spot ahead of us for the playoffs. Now, taking a look at this, how do you think this is going to be? I mean, we're getting a good look. It is Chaknu on the Badang. Early mid-rotation happening here.
I would say that Chaknu is going to play a huge part in protecting Andoryu's purple buff, because if not for that purple buff, he would have a difficult time. But can I just say, I got shocked with the Okir's emblem in this Lethal Ignition, because usually Impure Rage for the Farsa, but still this would mean more burst damage for this Farsa. But an early matchup!
Yep, matching up very, very well. A complete collapse coming in there for TLPH. They know that Chaknu can't really do much at this point at level 1, and they take him down for first blood.
So fast. Sanford was able to get from the XP to the almost orange buff of the opponent. They're able to secure that pick off against Chaknu. That's an early game lead plus the flicker. So note the flicker for Chaknu in the turtle.
Yeah, that's such a journey, you know, for Lucas too. Like Sanford just running on up there. But so the whole time, Andoryu does get to level 4. Sanford?
Pretty good engagement as well. On the Ling, trying to maximize that early game Ling here, getting that kill as well with Tempest of Blades coming in from Omega.
Okay, we're a little excited now. The excited meter is raising, so Andoryu gets a 1 early kill for him. That might be able to set him up well for the early rotation into the next objective.
Yep, this is a good sign now for OMG, because again, we've been talking about how crucial the purple buff is, especially for Ling. Now that all of the other assassins have emerged, Ling has been more difficult to use. So partly, a huge chunk of this pick-off against Sanford is the fact that he might be late for the turtle, but it seems as if TLPH just wants to blitz this turtle buff.
Look at them. They're just going up on front. They know. It's easy to kind of just do this, especially if you know that the Badang is only level 3.
Yeah.
There's no big engagements happening for Omega here.
Yeah, there is no option for them really until Chaknu does hit that level 4. So TLPH will play around that little bit of an advantage. A little feathered airstrike from here.
Oh, wow.
And drop down here.
Fancy footwear here. I like that.
The 1-2.
Zushin gonna keep on going. keeping doing Sushin things with Sanji up on front, even
gets a
forcing
flicker.
the flicker out of Shaknu.
At some point, Smart Omega is going to be able to flip the script on this. Chaknu not level 4 still, but here's a fight.
Yeah, big fight here. Now they're flying in the air. Andoryu's getting a kill, though. He's getting some pretty good damage, and KarlTzy up on front with that Evil Color as well, chasing up whoever he can reach. And Luis is actually doing a pretty good job. Oh, my goodness, Joe. Almost getting caught out by surprise here by Sanford and KarlTzy, but looks like they're going to be able to get out. And it feels like still a pretty fair trade.
Yeah, I would say for OMG, that's light that they might want to see more and more of as we head on into the middle stages of the game, because they were able to pick off JP, Sanford, and Sanji. So now with the fast rotation, Chaknu is really having a difficult time catching up with the speed that TLPH is playing in.
Yeah, they know, once the flicker is not available for Chaknu, he's a pretty easy target, to be honest.
He's sitting duck.
Yeah, and that's one of the downsides of the roam Badang. So Turtle's just a bit away, 20 seconds on that, but Andoryu's been able to do pretty well. So maybe as he gets his purple buff now, he's actually able to go ahead and fight for that objective. Sometimes, though, some of the game plan, especially with some of these hyper-scaling junglers, these heroes like the Ling, you might just see them give up all the turtles and not really try to force those fights and just kind of hyper-scale up as fast as you can. So KarlTzy will go ahead and grab his purple, turtles up, but you see the positioning right now. They are going to go for it.
Yeah. Very much in the face of Omega here. TLPH don't really care. Sanford's up on front even with that Lucas Unleash the Beast. Here comes the carpet. And Jome's up on
there we go.
as well. Look at that. Beautiful engagement with the fifth crack, but Chaknu will fall. Jome as well, and now the rest of Omega, they're running. Luis even using the flicker, trying to stay alive. That's going to be a turtle and 2 down for Omega.
Was that just the power of the Revitalize from JP?
Yes,
or what?
sir.
Yes, it really was a great play from TLPH. It felt as if Omega had it in wraps, but the counter engage coming from TLPH really was the cherry on top in that entire skirmish. This setup coming from Chaknu was wonderful, but Jome and Okir were just a little bit too far in that matchup. And so what happened was the frontliners of OMG got torn down by the members of TLPH. And before we head on more into the game, can I just say that Karl taking his orange buff, leading up into the turtle, led Andoryu to force that turtle fight because he couldn't get a trade. So those micro details really are something that we need to watch out for.
I mean, not only that, too, but the fact that, JP dropped down the Glorious Pathway to kind of cut them off and then get back to the team and the Revitalize to even just get a couple of ticks of the healing off really played a part of that. And, you got to say, Chaknu, if he didn't have such a rough start, maybe that, setup that he did where he caught 3 with the fist crack, fist break combo, it could have been enough. But because he's had such a difficult early game and he's had 4 early deaths, it puts him in a position where, he's mostly just crowd control. Like, there isn't much that he can do from there. So even with Okir, they got to go ahead and get that damage online, and it's just going to take a little bit longer.
Oh, wow. Oh, they're on the Ling hunt. Even with the Tempest of Blades, it might be hard for Andoryu to actually run from it, but luckily, JP didn't bother using the Glorious Pathway to go and hunt him down, and Omega, while all that was happening, also got a tower on the bottom side of the map.
It's the 5th minute mark, which essentially marks the start of the hyper carry blitz. So we've been seeing the 1-4 rotation wherein the jungler stands at the farthest end of the map and the 4 members stands at the other as well as the mid lane. But with this play,
it's a big flicker engagement from Chaknu, but again, Sanji will survive. KarlTzy up on front, he is washing it out. He is chopping his opponents, and Luis can't even run away. No flicker available for a hit.
Oh man, it's again, they made that play. Chaknu said, I have flicker, let's go.
Yeah.
And then they get punished.
Yep, as of now, with 4.5k, almost 5k gold deficit, I don't think TLPH or Omega has the courage to do all of those plays because they're lacking in terms of resources and damage output.
Oh, no, Sanford?
Oh, even Sanford going for the Unleash the Beast here. Oh my goodness, one more hit! Oh, you got caught by the big blast here from the Unleash the Beast. And now that's going to be Andoryu down, and his buff probably going to get stolen too.
Oh man, the fact that Sanford did that all, pretty much, That's troublesome. And now look, they go.
Oh my god, the stampede is non-stop here.
Oh,
I don't
no.
see any way they're stopping him. Nice block from Luis, keeping Jom alive, but only for the moment, as their mid lane turret will also kind of just fall on its own.
I'm going to go back to my question here, Anthony. How do you counterplay this?
You cannot. Right now for OMG, they need to be able to find an opening by either singling out JP or Sanford and then proceeding from then. But the problem is, for TLPH, they know that that's what OMG needs to do. And so they're grouping up together, making KarlTzy the bait, and 4 of their members are there pushing the other lane, making it difficult for OMG to find a counter engage.
It feels like they're the ones who are getting singled out here, right? So it's the opposite happening for Omega.
It's and now you find yourself at this point where Andorio's got to be forced to go ahead and get what he can on the other sides of the map. He does get the Haas Claws now, so we'll see if he actually ends up getting his next buff. But right now, knowing how TLPH likes to go ahead and, you know, press on the wound, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it. So they're 30 seconds away or so from this Lord coming up. Smart Omega is down almost 9,000 gold. Here's our Infinix hand cam, by the way. Taking a look here at OHEB. Locked in on the Granger so far, and this is what we see every single time.
He's adjusting mid-game.
Yeah, let him adjust.
Did he just adjust his sensitivity settings?
Yeah. Mid-game, that's how much of a lead that they are holding on to right now.
He has to do it faster. He has to aim faster.
Oh my gosh. And can I just say, this is really the problem if you're donning a Ling in your lineup. The tendency is for the Ling to not or get deprived of the purple buff unless he snowballs. But for the case of Andorio, even though he did get a lot of kills in the early stages of the match, that wasn't enough to be able to sustain at the very least the lead that they've had. Because he's the only one who's well fed in their lineup.
Yeah. JP there holding the ground against Luis. Lord is up, and look how fast this is being worked on. We'll see, though. Maybe Smart Omega pulls, you know, something out of the hat here.
They're looking for OHEB.
Oh!
Chaknu, he caught him. With the help of Andoryu, gets some damage into the main course here.
Wow!
TLPH, although Andoryu will get defeated because of that. OHEB and KarlTzy with a beautiful recovery on the side here is Jom. It's a 2v1. The Harem can't really do anything much, and a triple kill for the Granger.
Wow, what a play coming from TLPH. But with everything that's happened, what really was wonderful was number 1, the engage coming from OMG, but the response coming from TLPH was so much worth it because KarlTzy is still alive, and it seems as if they're wanting to force this tower. But with that, they're just gonna calm down. Again, reaching back to my point a while ago, KarlTzy was alive because of what JP did in that entire sequence, shielding him from the damage output of Jom as well as Okir, and then casting the Revitalize with almost 1 HP. That's what led to KarlTzy being alive and securing that Lord.
Oh my goodness,
OHEB is on the hunt. The Filipino sniper is sniping non-stop here on the Granger, and he is mad.
He's almost hitting literally every Death Sonata there. I don't know, that adjustment with the Infinix hand cam we saw earlier is paying dividends.
Yes.
Mid turret's down, and they're going to get ready to go.
And there you go, even Luis just absorbing just 1 Death Sonata Rhapsody hit combo. And he is just non-stop aggression. Sanji already using Crimson Beacon here. Might be able to do something if Chaknu can make a set happen. He tries, he catches free, but he disappears instantly. And that feels like it could be it.
They still got the minions.
Big minions wave here, and it's going to be TLPH up on front. They clean it out and clean out game 1 in a very quick fashion.
Very quick and express for Team Liquid PH. Come out swinging a game 1, and they'll make it happen. Another stampede.
Wow. TLPH with that game, we're led to believe that no one can counteract that game unless you get the early stage of the match. For OMG, it was, for lack of a better term, it was total domination from TLPH. No way to explain and describe the game otherwise. But because of that play coming from TLPH, we're led to believe that the early stages of the match belongs to the more aggressive team, really.
100%. Especially with a team that has enough aggression to slow down the leveling progression of a lane.
Yeah, you almost got to think, you know, you look at this, man, and it's like, Chaknu had a rough game.
Rough.
He was completely shut down.
Understatement of the year, but sure.
Yeah, like look at this. I mean, he does get some good setups, but like again, your team struggles so much, and you have to think about that, how expensive this lineup is, especially with a Ling. And you fall further and further behind, and even if you get a setup with a fist crack, fist break, you don't have the follow-up you're looking for.
Yeah,
you know?
look at that guy.
Here's our MVP. It's going to be OHEB. How many Grangers have we seen?
So far, third Granger
This is the third
MVP.
Granger MVP.
Yep.
Look at that
9-0-3.
GPM, bro.
Yeah, we were talking about how JP and Sanford both were gonna give space to OHEB, and that's really what led to this MVP performance coming from OHEB in this Granger. Similar build, similar emblem to a while ago's Granger coming from Outplayed, but what really differed here is the fact that OHEB was kept alive majority of the time. He knew when to strike back and when to farm, and that's really the essence of being a gold laner, knowing how to micro your way in and out of your lane, and that's what we've seen from OHEB's performance. Again, Nicey was asking a while ago how they would be able to counteract the plays coming from OMG, but they wouldn't able to do that if TLPH was just there blitzing their way in and out of the matches. We've been seeing attempts from Chaknu, but then again, since he's isolated, all of his teammates are far from him, hence making them unable to dish out damage output, because although there were good sets coming from Chaknu, maybe 3-4 members getting caught, the damage wasn't enough.
Yeah, and
zero follow-up actually.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not a believer in the Ling. This is literally the same exact thing we saw the last time we saw the Ling. Yes, he got a couple kills early on, but if you fall behind, it's like the slope is immediately downhill from there. So Smart Omega just getting absolutely decimated here in game one.
I did think though that maybe if they wanted an assassin, a Hayabusa or even a Nola, not gonna lie, I would have had more fun watching it, just because of the fact that Nolan has faster clear speed and less purple buffer life compared to a Ling.
Yeah.
But then it is what it is, and with that game, TLPH was able to secure all of the objectives. Maybe one less turret, but despite that being the case, it was an 11-minute game compared to the 20 minutes we've been seeing a while ago in the first series. So essentially, this means that TLPH is out here for the win, really. They're out here to destroy their opponent. Hence, they wanted to secure the first rank, right, after this series. But then with that performance coming from OHEB, JP and Sanford being at the helm of it all, really ensure that for TLPH, they know what to do as a team. And we've been talking about aggression as a unit, but for TLPH, they know when to be aggressive and when to back out. I think that's really the beauty of this lineup, not just the heroes, right, but for this entire players. The tendency for them is to extend for a while, and if it fails, they will fall back, because they know that there have been spells and skills expended, and they didn't want to risk that, especially in this game.
Yeah, it's crazy when you look at these numbers too. The fact that just how much damage OHEB was able to do.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most accurate Death Sonatas too that you see on a Granger. He just was able to hit so many targets, even if it's just to get them to half health. That's enough to yeah, that's more than enough, because then they're forced to back here. So. Again, I think for TLPH, they are the team that, you know, even when I'm asked online and everything else, I'm like, yeah, these guys are runners for the champions of this season, just because of how clean their gameplay looks from match to match, from game to game, you know, for the most part. I know Aurora is obviously up there too, but right now TLPH is definitely just looking like a very solid runner for this season's championship.
Yeah, and Onyx Philippines obviously,
Yeah.
like they're starting, they're warming
and
up.
Falcons.
There is. They took a little longer to warm up. TLPH has been this way.
They started the season
since
like
week one.
this. I agree.
Like that's my point. Is like,
one loss.
When have you seen TLPH really have like a moment like Onyx Philippines?
Yeah.
You know, through this.
A lull
season?
moment, right?
Yeah.
I think for TLPH, their performance has been solid. And it felt as if, I've been saying this in the Filipino desk over and over again, despite OHEB just being there for like a few months, it felt as if they've been together for like years already.
Yeah, maybe they're soulmates.
Maybe they are. Probably they are.
Baby Cakes duo.
Baby Cakes.
Baby Cakes. You know, there's so many names for them now. I feel like for TLPH, man. You know, and it's like every single game that you do get to watch from them, someone over there, if it's whether one of the duos or not, or someone is making like highlight plays. You know what I mean?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
that's why I'm saying like they're so fun to watch. TLPH just looks like they're back in peak form, I would say, and definitely teams are going to have to worry about going against them for the future. Now, also we have the smart power pose ahead of us from our audience out there. You guys can go ahead and put your game face on and make your smart power pose. It's Sanji. You guys can go ahead and try to win our in-game codes and everything. These are all redeemable for you. All you have to do is do the pose here.
Yeah, let's do the pose.
Do the pose.
They gotta get the right arm.
Maybe other arm, yes. Left, yeah, there.
I don't think his head's or his tongue's not out
tilted
either.
a little bit. No tongue. There you go.
Yeah, there.
Oh.
Left.
On the right. On the right. On the right.
Other arm.
Breathe.
Breathe.
You're not breathing, brother.
Breathe
there
in.
you go.
Why is his head tilted so much, though?
Yeah.
Sanji's head is not that tilted.
There you go.
He's gonna sleep.
There. Man, I'm getting dizzy. The whole thing's rotating. There you go.
It's tilting again.
Tilting again. In that direction. And I think that's
They gave it to They tilted his head more. Congratulations. Smart power pose.
It's like this.
You gotta keep doing that.
No, right.
Oh, you're so sideways, man.
Oh,
yeah, there you
so
go.
sideways.
That's better. But yeah, before we move to our next match again, we also got to give a shout out to Smart. You guys can play anytime and anywhere with Smart's Power All 99.
And of course, now with 10 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of Unli Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, all
and
that.
the Gram or Unli TikTok, plus Unli calls and texts, all networks.
Yes, because with that, you have more data and more. GG, still just 99 pesos for 7 days. Load now.
That was very English of you.
Very
99 pesos.
99 pesos.
I was imitating Jamie, Miss Jamie Fournier.
Fournier.
Yes.
100%.
She says it like that, right?
Yeah,
In the
pesos.
intro.
Pesos.
That's true, that's true. Shout out to Jamie.
Shout out.
Shout out to Jamie, she's right over there.
Yes.
Again, we're a couple minutes away from the draft here. And like we said, if you guys missed game one, you're probably like, man, I just went to go grab my snacks and make my food, warm up my frozen dinner, and the game's over.
You literally like run into the room, you're carrying your popcorn, your drinks. And
I wonder.
Done already?
I wonder though. I feel like with Chaknu's addition, it seems as if he's like me when I was in here during the first series.
What?
I haven't acclimated yet.
So he hasn't acclimated
Yeah,
yet.
I feel like he needs to warm up first. I do believe that all of his IQ is still there. But
the sixth sense, the game sense.
the everything.
The Mamba mentality.
But it's not yet connecting. So maybe
With the rest of the squad.
Yeah, maybe more time for
Maybe-
chemistry again.
But isn't that the thing? Like, I feel like, and maybe, you know, I can't speak for all the Kabarungai out there. But it's like, you see him come in to the first couple weeks, they switch him out for Super Yoshi, we see a couple things, and then he's back. And then I feel like that's been the story the whole season. They've been trying to find that synergy, you know? And here's a big shout out to Michael Mariano. Sabi na Idol Chak, never give up. Kaya hindi rin ako mag-give up na mapasok din sila sa playoffs. Laban ng Mega. Basically what
in English,
basically what he's saying is
in
you
English,
never
bro.
give up, you never say never, like Chak Mama said, and laban lang. Go, like, let's
Fight.
get to the playoffs. Fight,
Yeah.
you know?
If you want to get featured, again, just follow our socials and comment down below your thoughts. And we'll highlight your name.
Yeah.
And then we'll try to see if we can back up your message. Because right now, that is a very good message to back up. Right?
I am worried. I'm genuinely worried for Smart Mega. I just feel like I don't know, there's too many things to point out. Like I feel like every single weekend we're like, man, they could do this, they could do that.
Yeah.
You know, we had a moment where, yeah, Super Yoshi was making plays, he was doing highlight stuff, and then the Mamba comes back, and I know all the fans of Chaknu and all his accolades over the years, it's great to see, but then you see a performance like game one, and you're like, darn it.
Yeah.
You know, that is very rough.
We were expecting more from them, considering their performance last season, right? Very, very strong all throughout. And also, we've been hyping up Andoryu, the performance as the most improved player last season.
Yeah.
But now we haven't seen that much of him yet.
I think the meta has changed that much,
So
just
much.
from last season
Yeah.
that it's
So much.
made it that much difficult for teams that, you know, can't adjust. And I think, Anthony, you're on the right track. It's, you know, there's certain players that they're trying to connect with the team here, have that synergy. Because if you look at the teams that are struggling, there's a lot of teams there with a lot of potential.
Right.
But it's just they're not able to get all on the right cylinder and make things work. And the meta has changed for a lot of these players. I mean, even Andoryu, he was shining a lot when we were back on the utility.
Yeah.
You know, because things were a little bit slower and the old Omega timers were slower paced. Now, you know, you don't see those games getting to that point anymore. So, taking a look at this player rankings, total kills right now, Domin Kite at number 1. We have OHEB, then Kelro, Super Marco, and KarlTzy. So KarlTzy being the only jungler out of all these gold laners.
Of course.
KarlTzy has been doing work.
Yeah.
He's been doing a lot of work. He's very aggressive on Joys, on Fannies, and he somehow ends up getting out alive of a lot of the fights.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that despite KarlTzy being here, Super Marco is also here, which essentially means together they've accumulated a lot of kills. So can you imagine just how strong Team Falcons has been performing right now? But then OHEB at the second place, being way ahead of Kelra with additional, how many? Maybe 21 more kills. Yes, I think that's an accurate math.
That's right, math. 21.
Yeah, 21 more kills. So,
1+1.
you know.
And again, it's always barely about the kills, you know, be about these guys. For OHEB specifically, he just loves to stay safe.
Yeah.
He might have less kills, but I feel like his KDA is a bit better.
Yeah.
I don't know, but they did have a few of those faltering games in Game 3. I went to Game 3, so I don't know how the KDAs are looking right
The
now.
insane thing to me is that Domin Kite is that far up there.
That
139,
far.
like
Right.
between the rest of those prolific names.
And compared to them, he's way younger in the scene, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to remember when Domin Kite, or not then Domin Kite, but Domin came through. A lot of people were saying, wow, this guy has great potential. And then for a while, he was Doming Nation when he did come through, and he was playing the Claude like crazy and everything else. So it's great to see him now where he's currently standing with Aurora. Now, jumping to the game, this is game number 2. That is a big, tough win rate there for Smart Omega. Let's see if they can change the course in this one. On the blue side, getting that first priority pick. They're going to take out Matilda. They take out the Jawhead, the Louis. Over on the other side, the red side, TLPH does take out the Fanny, the Kalea. I'm wondering if they'll, what last ban they'll focus on here. So this should open things up. Maybe for Andoryu just goes and takes the Suyo, and that gives him what he needs to start better in the jungle here.
I think that's what we were expecting during the first game, right? That the Suyu will be taken. No, not the Suyu. The Alpha. Yeah, will be taken by Andoryu at the
Maybe
third
they go
slot.
Matilda Alpha for the. Oh no, they banned out Matilda.
No, not Matilda. Maybe Suyu. And then for TLPH, it's going to be a Granger Joy, probably.
Granger.
Granger, the Granger. Yeah, those are very strong picks as of now. But I would like to point out OMG being consistently banning JP's hero, Matilda Jawhead, and Sanji's Louis. That has been a pain for a lot of other teams whenever they are opened. So they are respecting JP's hero now.
Okay. Like we expected, nothing new here. Suyo locked in, first pick for the blue side.
Granger.
TLPH probably Granger.
Granger Joy.
Unless they decide to
Don't
just...
need to pick a Joy right away.
Maybe not
the
Joy.
Joy,
Yeah,
not
Granger,
the Joy yet.
Granger first.
That's preferred.
Granger,
What if they go?
Hylos,
What if they go Hilda? TLPH really isn't the team to go with Hilda, but what if they just did?
Yeah, maybe.
Just to try things out, you know?
Maybe have more priority on mid, because I feel like Sanji can really get stuff done.
Granger.
There's a Granger and Hylos.
Still
Alright.
same.
Same, but different, but still same.
Yeah.
Hylos is such an exciting hero.
It is such an exciting hero.
Not sarcasm.
It is so exciting.
I know he's
So
your main.
exciting.
I know. I'm sitting here next to the Hylos main, by the way.
Yeah, I'm on the Luyang Hylos main.
How many games you got played on the Hylos?
Just about 200. It's
Oh
a
my
recent.
gosh. This season?
No, just like overall.
I thought this
It's
season.
a recent pickup. I only started playing Hylos this season.
Yeah. No, but you know, I would say a Hylos is someone that is a hero you wouldn't fail using, if that makes sense.
It's so easy to use. That's what I keep
know.
telling people on my stream. Just turn it on, just don't die.
Yeah.
And Elegant Gem first item.
And it's great against a Harith, can I just say, a Hylos. So
Harith is picked up, but that's what we expected.
There you go.
So like first phase, the biggest
Same.
curveball here is probably the Gatakacha in the first phase.
Yep. Aside from that, this is what you're expecting again. If you're new here, the reason why this Joy was picked third pick was because either way, Omega won't have a chance to choose it again unless they put it in the mid. So you would want to pick another available hero right now. Now, for the bans, I would say if they are setting up for a Lucas, a Valentina could be a great ban. Talking about TLPH, just so that there would be a possible hero to be used. Or again, like what you said a while ago, Naisu, maybe a Hilda today.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe.
And I feel like at this point too, when you look at TLPH, every single lineup that they bring is like, how fast can we end this game?
Yeah.
Like that, and maybe that comes down to just, I don't know when we get to it, when we finally like get to the final week, when we break down like who's gonna get that first seeding, because then don't we start to get to the stats like average game times, all that stuff. And TLPH for me is one of the teams that has some of the quicker, quicker games out there. So that Hilda is going to be actually banned out. So Smart Omega is like, there's a possibility we don't want to deal with it. So
maybe they're trying to be the record, trying to slowest average game time.
Yeah, maybe Hilda Glue will be banned out for OMG. I think there's a chance that the glue will be used. But this Yue, sorry, I've been associating
I do the same.
Yeah.
I'm like, every
Oh
single
my
time that
gosh.
Sicilian's picked up, it's basically Yue.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway, this Sicilian is a curveball in my opinion. Right now, still.
Leaving the glue open might be a plan.
Yeah, glue probably.
Payback.
Do they just take the Valentina here? Like what do they put in the hands of Akir?
Maybe
Here,
Vexana.
It feels like a Vexana game, to be honest. Yeah.
But I almost feel like if they do Vexana, it's almost going to be a similar thing where it's like you have the Joy, and
Joy
I know
again, yeah.
I know it's supposed to help with that, but you end up kind of panic using that Eternal Guard, and you lose that.
Valen, yeah.
I think Valentina. I'd like to see the Valentina instead. So at least you could take a couple of these ultimates already.
Yeah. If you wanted to start a team fight, maybe a Glorious Pathway or the Feathered Airstrike. Yeah, great Valentina if ever. Edith.
It's going to be the Edith and the Vex. Okay.
Still
Why are
Vexana.
we always like, every time we think of Valentina, they go Vexana?
I know.
What is up today?
Like the answer is literally what for the Joy? Like
for the
isn't that
Vexana?
why?
Edith.
Yeah. The Vexana, like why is it the Vexana?
Is it an immediate
For
counter?
a possible counter engage if ever there's gonna be a high loss ultimate. And also this I would say if the Deathly Grasp were timed perfectly, this it would have been cancelled.
Saves
so,
you from the pathway,
yeah.
basically. Okay. The Cho was the last pick for TLPH.
Cho,
Some smiles there, of course, for JP. So, yeah, I don't know. We're going to get a last look here, and I would still say I think I'm going to go ahead and favor TLPH's lineup.
Same.
It's just, it covers all the bases. They've got great early game damage. They have pick-off potential. They can fight into the Zaman Force if they really want to. There's going to be a lot of sustain because they're also going to have their Revitalize here. And, for Smart Omega, yeah, they have a pretty good combination, but there's also a whole lot of just magic damage that they're going to be throwing. They have their own Revitalize. It's a good thing that Jome will have a Purify here. But ultimately, the biggest game changer for this is a aggressive Edith that needs to be able to initiate these fights and not just let it all be up to Chaknu here. So that will be the secret sauce for Game 2 if we see Smart Omega go ahead and turn this into a one-to-one series. As we load up in the Land of Dawn, let's see if this is going to be a sweep for TLPH or Smart Omega can take it to Game 3.
Yeah, and that's really what we were talking about earlier, right? With the Infinix keys to victory, how the XP laners will be able to pave the way and lead the way for their roamers because, again, they play a very crucial role now that both JP and Chaknu are what we can consider set-up heroes. So maybe less for Chakno and more for JP. So they do stand at the back line first before heading into a more dangerous positions in the front lines.
I'm looking for maybe a...
Ooh!
Wow.
I thought Sanji got it, sorry.
I'm looking for maybe like, I'm trying to reason out this Vexana pick. He just maybe wants to just throw at the turtle guard from far away, and maybe that's going to be it, basically. And try to just go back in after cooldowns are done. It feels like the instant reaction of most of our teams today whenever they see that Joy, and I don't know if it's right.
Yeah. And the fact that it's, you know, KarlTzy, he loves this Joy too. And if he gets a lead on it, he's even more aggressive. So they might look for that early kind of setup potential here now on the top side, or even if it just comes down to burning out some of the battle spells, that might be the best thing they can do. And again, he's 5-0 on the Joy, by the way, for KarlTzy.
Oh my
and
god.
OHEB, 9-1, only losing once. Maybe this is... Yeah.
It's like best pick scenario here for TLPH. Comfort galore.
Oh, they might initiate a fight there unless they call it off. Spawn it out, so Sanford makes his way here now.
Keeping your eyes on level 4s.
Yeah, trying to get that level 4. Turtle's up, so Andorio will start it up. JP giving the information. Lewis and Chaknu are helping out. Oh.
Luis going on the offensive here, trying to push back KarlTzy, but you know what? He is back in the game. Andorio great on the retribution, though, will be denying them access to that turtle, and they also get first blood. Sanford is going to be in trouble here and will go down. So that is going to be 2 kills going over to Omega and plus a turtle. What a beautiful start for the Barangay.
Yes, and that's a great setup coming up from Omega because they were able to flow their minions level 4 earlier on and punish JP in the overextension. And so TLPH right now, they're looking for a trade, and that trade will be KarlTzy against Luis. But so far, I would say that in that entire skirmish, Omega still has the upper hand.
They have the upper hand, but again, they didn't have to go and give a kill over to KarlTzy. Like, they didn't have to be all the way over there. They could have gotten that, the double kill, the turtle, and then backed off, gone back to lanes. You know, so that is a kill now in the hands of KarlTzy. And yeah, he's going to go and try to catch up a little bit here against Andorio, who also got the double, which is great for him. Just like the previous game, he had those 2 early kills on the Ling. Hopefully he can maintain it because TLPH is always known for the macro play too. And that's what you have to watch out for. The last fight, JP didn't have the level 4, so he really wasn't able to go off for pick-off potential, and he was clearly just giving vision over to TLPH. So they'll go ahead and wait, kind of reset things here. OHEB visiting the mid lane. Some extra damage. Wow, okay.
Good info and good damage coming in from OHEB here. Just basically the duo, Sanji and OHEB, playing around the Eternal Guard.
That was a very smart play from Sanji because that was the passive that we have been talking about in the draft, how it's been very crucial so far in the kit of the Farsa. And with OHEB there, just wanting to clear the mid lane so as he can double lane, there's a bonus of another hero in the name of Okir.
Yeah, at least Jom got a lot of that extra gold off the turret, but now you can see where the focus is. Also here on the top side, they're assaulting both fronts down the top side and the bottom. The turtle's up though, so they're going to get in position, and you see OHEB and JP making their way to join this fight. So TLPH might try to stall it out. Andorio knows his buff is going to be up, so we can go ahead and focus on that. This one might be a little bit different now. This time that JP has level 4. He's got the Way of the Dragon and the Flicker available, so they'll get in range for this.
All right, they're trying very hard. JP, though, going in with the Way of the Dragon, goes straight for Luis. JP gonna fall, though, and will be traded with Chaknu. Turtle going over to Luis. No Retribution making a hit there. But look at that. Look at Andorio getting some really good shots into Sanford.
That was a lot of team fight happening. One of the major team fights right now, 5v5, that we have seen in the match-up right now. But who got the upper hand there was OMG, because despite there being 2 retribution holders, it was Luis that took the kill, the turtle rather. But now, what's been working so far for OMG is the fact that they have been waiting for JP to set up plays and then counter engaging from then on. So essentially, the meaning of this is that they have the kits to be able to turn the tides against them, considering fully well that they have Jom, they have Okir with the Deathly Grasp and Eternal Guard. So that's what they need to wait for. Those kinds of timings is what will lead to their victory against TLPH.
Okay.
Possibly here. TLPH does feel like they're not really pushing the envelope too much. So that's a start for Omega.
Yeah, they did take the orange buff. So Andoryu's not going to have that. And at the same time, TLPH has just kind of been able to go ahead and play around the map the way they want to. So right now, focus down here in the mid. You see KarlTzy. This is what he likes to do on the door. He's very proactive.
Oh, Andoryu! They saw the dash being used up, and that's going to mean that Andoryu has to use everything he has just to stay alive.
Oh, this is going to be so tough to get his purple. It's going to be taken now, too. But they are going to trade for the turret. Now Tier 1 at the bottom goes down in the hands of Smart Omega. But another buff lost here for Andoryu. Wait, did he get it?
Yeah,
he did.
Okay.
I do think that that's the merit of having a Vexana in the lineup. We've seen JP try to set up, Sanford set up that fight by the Glorious Pathway, and then just use Cursed Deathly Grasp so all of the teammates near him will also be terrified, leading into Andoryu being alive in that matchup. Because right now, this is the last turtle, so it's going to be very crucial whoever wins the trade or whatever happens in this fight.
Okay, Eternal up. Last one of the game. There's a nice little push here up top. They'll clear that out. JP might be the one to start things up again as he has the flicker available. And so far, that is always the difficult part about being the Cho. You know, you're usually the one to go initiate that fight, and you put yourself in that position to get punished. Now for Smart Omega.
Wow.
Well, they won't be able to get him.
Whoa, good damage.
Does a lot of damage.
And trying to look for Okir, trying to look for Jome here or Andoryu. JP's job is a little tough. He goes straight for the jungler. Suyo gonna be able to fall though, or not really. It's gonna be Chaknu going down and the turtle going over TL, but look at that fight. Looking really good for Omega. They're scrambling, they're slashing, they are diving and profiling, and KarlTzy has to make a run for it.
3-4-1 exchange, all in favor of OMG. And again, this is what has been working for OMG. Waiting for JP to engage and having counter engages. And with that, it seems as if Andoryu and Jome are both online. They are dishing out enough damage output. And they are donning a what lead now? Almost, wait, just 100, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that's what I was surprised with. And that's why I'm saying this is great for Smart Omega, but all this action they're getting, imagine 3 kills and everything else, it's barely a lead for them. And even when it comes down to it, they both have the same amount of turrets. So it's the macro level that TLPH is playing at. And now how long will that be in their favor? You know, Smart Omega, like I said, is actually doing really well in terms of fighting around the objectives. So that's all they have to do.
When we talk about that, though, it feels like, you know what, it's just what TL does. They try to speed up the game, catch you by surprise, so that you don't notice that, hey, my buffs are getting stolen, my green camps are getting stolen. So I think that's what's happening here.
Yep, and with Holy Crystal being built now by KarlTzy, definitely the damage of electrifying beats will be so much more painful. And what's also something that we need to see is how Sanji, I think, is now building Blood Wings. That has been the tendency of Pharsa users recently because of the speed up of the wings by another 50%, I believe, in terms of movement speed. And the reason why you build Blood Wings alongside it is because the moment your Blood Wings shield is gone, you get a movement speed also. So when you're walking in the river, especially if you have Wilderness Blessing, you get super fast, like a turbo bird.
Turbo boost.
Do you like the Rapid Boots combo with that as well? Some players do that.
Super Friends is the one who started that.
Yeah, you like it?
Oh.
Mixed fans.
Same here.
Yeah.
My stream chat brought that up.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you use Rapid Boots with Farce? And I was like,
I'm not Super Friends.
Yeah, you're not Super Friends, bro.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Hey, whatever works for you, you know?
Works for
yes.
you.
But that also is a Holy Crystal now in the hands of Jome, so their fighting power is going to be pretty good. That's why you see Smart Omega taking control of this Lord. KarlTzy is going to make his way. So half health on the Lord right now. They might just go ahead and try to force a fight. Feathered Airstrike.
KarlTzy is very far away, by the way, but he's going to be able to make it in time just in case. But no contestation whatsoever. It's a full reset. Andorju's on the side. I think TLPH kind of has an idea where Omega retreated to. With Sanji up on front, JP up on this bush as well. So let's see it. There you go. Very good positioning for TL.
Yeah, and right now, I would say that what KarlTzy did as they were juggling in that Lord really paid off because the top lane is now pushed so far.
Whoa.
Oh no, JP!
JP, he's in trouble. Oh no, big error there coming in for Luis, though, with a beautiful Earth Shatter pushing back TLPH. And the Eternal Guard missing its mark, but look at it. It's a 4v5.
It's a 4v5. They're going to force them off. They want to take this Lord.
They want to go for it. Look at them. Sanji up on front. Andoryu with the steal.
Oh, Karl.
And there you go, KarlTzy trying to get some kills on the back foot.
Oh.
That's going to be 2. Make it free. That's a no-go. OHEB actually gets taken out by Andoryu.
Oh, Andoryu's going to get stunned. He should be able to get away, though.
Can he, though? He's getting chased by the GOAT. The young GOAT is on the hunt alongside Sanji. I think they want to get this kill, and they're not going to get it. Make a run for it, though. The rest of Omega are here.
That was so dangerous from KarlTzy, but I guess he just wanted to test the limits. But now they will be able to burst down this Lord fairly pretty quickly. And what happened there in the mid lane is what we have been talking about a while ago, that for OMG, they just need to wait for a chance to counter-engage. Because although that intention was good coming from JP, because of the fact that you have an Edith, you have the Curse, you have the Deathly Grasp from the Valentina, the tendency is for the second phase of the Way of the Dragon to get cancelled. So he won't be able to maximize its fullest capabilities.
True that, true that. That was huge.
Oh, they want to fight here, it looks like.
Yeah, trying to go for the chase here. Luis on the side and Doryu as well, getting pushed back. OHEB still has some pretty good firepower, so he's able to just push him back. But don't forget, there's also a Lord walking up on bottom.
Yeah, they're going to go deal with that. They do hold on barely to the tier 1 in the mid lane. They are most likely going to lose this tier 2. So nothing too crazy. A jump from Chaknu. Won't find a connection. And JP just going to hold it down.
JP once more up on front. Oh my goodness, JP just cannot move. It's so hard to move up in the front if you're getting crowd control chained.
I'm not sure what he was doing there, because he didn't have Flicker either. So I don't know if he expected them to engage or what. Like, that was definitely a mistake from JP.
Yep, maybe he was looking for a possible pick off. He had an ultimate, but again, all of his teammates were so far away and OHEB was forced to flicker out. So right now for TLPH, this is something that they need to control. But what's interesting is the fact that they still are leading in terms of gold, but KarlTzy fell down.
I think he's definitely checking his damage.
Yeah, right. A while ago.
He knows there's multiple members of Smart Mega, and he's like, yep, I'm not there yet.
We see.
Yep, not there yet.
He can afford the 20 seconds probably, but you know, I don't know if that was worth it to check if you can kind of just one-shot combo someone. He put Andoryu half with one Leon and Crystal, though.
Yeah, he did. And this is the moment for Smart Mega to make a move for this. Continue to go get a turret. Luis jumps in.
Try on the set. Good clear here coming from TLPH. Getting chased down by Omega. JP pushes him back out of Chaknu's AOG. But look at that. JP again getting caught in the middle. Sanford actually will suffer as well. That's a double kill for Jones.
Wow. What a very fast response from OMG, but faster response from KarlTzy.
Oh my god, he's trying to respond to everything right now. This is a young GOAT move.
I feel like they're just in the mood to fight, man.
Yeah, like both teams, right? All of this relentless fighting, no stopping. But for OMG, it's all been working in their favor again because they are waiting for JP to create that opening. And the moment they do see him, that's when they fight back. Andoryu right now is so well fed, as well as the other members of OMG.
Trying to go for it. No retribution available. That's going to go into Andoryu for this Lord. 14 minutes in the game, and it looks like Omega are finally punching back.
Finally, Smart Omega is able to get more control of this. It's just really interesting, because when we're seeing TLPH do some of this, like choosing the fights, it's like, yeah, you probably don't need to do that or take that fight, but Smart Omega has been responding pretty well to that. TLPH, though, they're not letting up. If you look at the momentum that they're bringing to this game, even when they lose these team fights, they're still looking for things to take, and they know that they should be able to clear up the Lord. But this, for Smart Omega, if they can catch someone out of here, then they should be in the base of TLPH and closer to Game 3.
Yep, right now for OMG, I would say they have the upper hand in terms of pushing all of the other lanes. KarlTzy will be left behind, but other than that, TLPH as of now, I don't think they are seeing the chemistry or the synergy of the lineup that they have envisioned in their mind. Because so far, despite JP's, I would say, okay setups, it hasn't been connecting with the rest of the Cavaliers.
Okay, Lord here, it's half health. Feather Air Strike come down, drop down. A little bit of damage. Divine Glaive for
Damage.
Jome.
Nice knockup from Luis with Earth Shatter. Now it's going to be Chaknu and JP dancing around each other. Sanford again with a chain CC coming in from Omega. Just terrifying amount of damage. And now there's also a push happening on the split push part of the map. KarlTzy pushing that inhibitor turret as well. They traded.
Oh, they traded. They're going to take the purple buff from Karl, but he's happy to get a base turret off of that.
I think they can't even take the turret. They have to commit to the push here. And there goes the feathered airstrike. JP, he finds the gear. Oh my goodness, that was huge. Flicker used by Gear. He is still alive, but look at that. They catch Jome, and they catch Louise. Chaknu can't even help him now.
Oh no, Karl's still going to be on the chase. They find a couple kills off of that.
Yeah. Oh no, really, for TLPH.
Oh no.
Because OMG, I do think that they've overextended quite a little bit in that entire sequence, which
huge.
led to TLPH finding an opening. Again, we have been talking about openings a while ago, but the thing is, for TLPH right now, the reason why they are so confident with KarlTzy being left at the top and the rest of their members defending the bottom lane is because they know they have
Ukir casting Eternal Guard, that's all he could do. Tower goes down, JP's still gonna stay alive because of the Revitalize. And now another member falling from Omega just before the Lord starts.
I would say though, everything TLPH has been doing to catch up with the lead OMG has against them is all veteran moves and champion moves.
Veteran moves.
Yeah. No other way to describe it.
That's why I was saying, if you look at this entire game, you're seeing Smart Omega win skirmishes, team fights, objectives, but somehow, some way, TLPH has been able to go ahead and lead economy-wise, and now they've got the 2K lead because of the macro. I've been saying this, we've been saying this since the game started. It's the macro that TLPH is playing right now, and they're starting this Lord.
They're looking for it. JP jumping into 4 members of Omega. Andoryu gets the Lord. What's it gonna be though? Sanji's still alive. Sanford is as well. And now it looks like TLPH are going for the chase. But that will be only happening later on. They're low on HP. The call is to just go back and retreat for now.
Thankfully, Andoryu somehow got the Lord that was blitzed by TLPH, so they stay in the game for now.
Yeah, and this is what we have been talking about, right? That naturally, the Suyu's damage output in the Retribution has more damage compared to a Joy. So what I was expecting there that TLPH will do is that JP will instead cast his Way of the Dragon, or at least the last phase of the Jeet Kune Do against Andoryu. But I did think that they were rushing a bit too much because they casted it against Luis instead.
Karl again. See, these guys just no rest whatsoever. No rest for the aggression of TLPH. They're just built to keep going.
This is really that play style, and I feel like this is what every team, this is how they feel. They just feel like there's a constant momentum, a constant stampede at the doors here. Even when you have this confidence, okay, we're winning most of this, there's always something that TLPH is doing across the map from you. So right now, game is still in play. Smart Omega is okay. They're not that far behind. They still have technically an advantage in terms of space to work with, even on the map. They've got the 7 turrets instead of the 6, but both teams have a base turret down.
Yeah.
Now the question is, does Smart Omega have an option to do what TLPH is doing on, across the map? Honestly, they don't as well because of Joy. That's what she shines at. She's able to go into the far lane or, on the other side of the map, make a move, make something happen very quickly, and then swing back around. Whereas this lineup from Smart Omega, in a way, kind of has to be together. Oh
my goodness! Whoa! Unbelievable! Oh my God! What a play from KarlTzy!
Big damn!
Young GOAT, indeed. I think everything that has been happening right now is all because OMG hasn't kept KarlTzy in check. The fast rotations from the sides, all because they haven't been responding to whatever Karl has been doing. And now, all of the favor is now at TLPH's disposal because OMG is just reacting to whatever Karl is doing.
They go for it. Right now they catch Chaknu no more. Don't catch up on front. Luis falling as well with the Immortality of Ento. KarlTzy's dancing in and out of that turret range. Luis forced to use the Primal Wrath to try to go for the wave clear even more. And 2 members remaining here for Omega. Andoryu up in 2. Jome, can he sustain? Can they defend this turret? I think there is an option here for TLPH to go for the Lord, but they're not going to go for it. They go straight for the base.
Oh, Conceal's going to be used. They go for that mid-turret.
Karl. TZ, he's dancing. You saw how much damage he can throw. And looks like they are going to go just for the jugular, straight for the base. And there goes that feathered airstrike, clearing up these minions. Looking for a way in, but looks like Omega will just have enough, barely enough to defend the base.
That was great defense coming from Omega, and they knew that they could still defend that tower. And so what TLPH did is that they respected the damage output coming from Joman and Doryu, as well as the crowd control, the chain crowd control from that Edith, and so they backed away. What's good right now, though, for TLPH is that they can take control of this Lord earlier on before a fight breaks on. But for OMG, they fully, very well aware that they can blitz down whoever is in front for TLPH.
This is tough, man, because you know, KarlTzy can do that same thing against Andoryu. He's got to be so careful approaching even this Lord take, and the base being fully exposed right now too. It puts him in a kind of precarious situation to deal with. JP this time around has the immortality. Sanford waiting around the corner. They're going to pull the Lord towards them. It's a half health. JP?
JP, he goes for the Jeet Kune Do. They choose Luis, and there goes the Edith. But look at the damage coming in from Omega. It's also very, very good. Still alive. Here's JP going out with the Jeet Kune Do. Able to get out of harm's way, and it's Shaknu calling instead.
Look at Karl. Andoryu.
Pincer maneuver. They're chasing Andoryu right now, and they are forcing back the 3 remaining members of Omega to go back to their base.
What a play from TLPH. I do think that I get now the reason why JP has been kicking Luis over and over again. It's also because of the fact that OHEB and Sanji needs to be able to free hit. But with the threat of an Edith's chain crowd control, the onward and earth shatter, they won't be able to do that. But this is the first time that that has been effective, because for the majority of the times that JP has been doing that, OMG knew what to do. But now they weren't able to react properly in a way that benefits them.
Yeah, and it's now going to be a really difficult defense here for Smart Omega. This Evolved Lord coming into the mid lane, all base turrets down. They're going to have to pull an amazing defense. Luckily, Chakno will be up by the time they want to defend this. But we'll see. Oh,
there you go. JP choosing his option. Luis cannot play this game. No way for the Edith to actually do anything. And there you go. They're struggling. They're scrambling. They're trying to see if they can mount the defense. But looks like it is just way too much. And TLPH with a 2-0 sweep to close out week number 6.
And the Stampede once again comes through for TLPH against the Barangay Smart Omega.
Yep, I did believe that there was a point in that game that OMG will be able to close out that game. But the composure, the championship mentality from TLPH.
The veteran moves.
The veteran moves. That's really what led that win. I would say KarlTzy being constantly on the side lanes, pushing and shoving it. And then Andoryu falling down in the hands of KarlTzy. Those were the moves that led to that victory. Comeback victory, I would say, for TLPH.
Yeah, it's really, when you look at it, you think, man, Smart Omega's got this under control, but it's again, how do you answer what's happening at the macro level in the game? And they didn't clearly have an answer to deal with that. You know, this kind of lineup had them really sticking together and trying to do that. They tried to contain KarlTzy a little bit, but at some point when the Joy just has all those items locked in, you can't really 1v1 the Joy. And you know, with two heroes like that, the Suyo and the Joy, that's why we see them so often, because they have so much mobility, they have so much damage, but the Joy just kind of comes through with that in that 1v1 situation. So big props to them for TLPH getting that sweep. They look great as ever, and good luck to Smart Omega moving forward. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage for a winner's interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are your winners, Team Liquid Philippines! Boys, congratulations ulit. Panibagong panalo na naman. Matanong ko lang kayo kasi ang dami nyo nang nakuha ang panalo within the 6-week span. Gusto ko kayong tanungin isa-isa. Ano ba ang gagawin natin with the 2-week break na magaganap? Sanji, sige, ikaw muna. Tas rekta tayo hanggang dulo kay OHEB. Ano bang gagawin mo, Sanji?
Ano po, magpa-practice pa rin po kami.
Practice pa rin?
Ayaw pa kami pag day open ng coach namin.
JP, ikaw?
Ano yun po, practice pa rin. Yung coach ko po kasi, ayaw, bawal para po umuwi.
Perks?
Practice din po.
Tatlong practice, Carl.
Ano lang po, meron po kasi kami talaga 2 days off. Yun lang po, ano lang po, mag-PPC games lang doon sa ano, chill lang.
Ah, okay, okay. Sanford?
Naka-quarantine po kami. Sabi ni coach, bawal daw umuwi.
Coach RC, mag-usap nga tayo. Ano bang ganap? Anong idea ang gagawin ng Team Liquid Philippines for the next 2 weeks?
Kasi nung una pa lang, kinuha nila ako eh. So, nung naalala nyo yung palag ko dati, palag segment na 2 months walang day off, gusto daw nila ma-experience eh.
Ah, yung pala yun.
Walang
OHEB,
day
tama
off.
ba yun?
Tama yun, tama.
Papayag ka doon.
Okay lang, okay lang.
Okay
Oh, sige.
lang, okay lang.
Okay, at least pumayag naman silang lahat. Di ba? May consent naman. KarlTzy, gusto ko lang din malaman, pagdating kasi natin ng week 7, ang mga kalaban nyo, OHEB Philippines na. Alright? So, they're currently gonna be competing overseas. May mensahe ka ba para sa kanila sa ngayon bago kayo magkita ulit sa week 7?
Message ko sa OHEB Philippines, alam ko naman kaya nyo dyan, tapos galingan nyo, bilisan nyo tapusin dyan para bakbakan na ulit dito.
Oh.
Para maalaman na sila ulit, di ba? Jamie,
Now,
what's up?
Sanford.
Ay,
ikaw
Sanford.
naman.
Ay, Sanford.
Okay.
Sanford.
As the other half of the Sansan duo, ano yung kailangan ma-achieve ni Sanji para makuha niya yung peak performance?
Oo nga. Sabi niya kasi kahapon, ano daw kulang pa daw namamatay pa daw siya
Oo.
Ano bang kailangan niya?
Kailangan lang po kompleto yung tulog niya kasi minsan sabaw siya eh.
Matulog ka naman.
Ano masasabi mo doon?
Ilang oras ka ba natutulog sa isang araw?
Pag sobra po kasi yung tulog ko, doon ako sumasabaw eh.
Pag sobra daw yung tulog, doon sumasabog. OHEB,
Kailangan maglaro lang ng
ilang
maglaro,
oras
no?
ba ang ilang hours ba ang regular sleeping ng TLPH? Ilan ang recommended?
Recommended? Recommended nila ko, syempre, 8 hours. Pero kami, parang 4 hours lang kami natutulog minsan eh. Pag
Alam mo, kita ko yun sa TikTok, no?
Mahirap.
Laro lang ng laro.
Kaka-live nyo kasi yan. Pero at least, marami naman kayong napapasaya sa live nyo,
Totoo.
di ba? I think at some point, Jamie, I also want to ask Coach RC as well. Coach, we've had a moment of silence yesterday na naganap with Myanmar. And I'm sure na marami ka ring nakasama doon. Were you able to talk to them? Like, nakakausap mo pa rin ba sila until now, even though may matches kayo? Kamusta ang mga previous teammates mo from before?
Minsan nakaka-video call ko sila eh. Tapos, kung yung na-experience ko noon na 12 hours na may kuryente, ngayon talaga as in zero talaga. Wala talaga silang kuryente, kahit signal, wifi, data lang talaga ginagamit nila. And mas nakaka-proud din kasi kahit sa scrim, data lang din ginagamit nila. Ngayon, wala na talagang wifi.
And yet they're still able to compete, di ba? Kung may mensahe ka para sa lahat ng mga naging kakampi at naging mga manlalaro mo from Myanmar, what is it? And I'm sure they're watching right now.
Alome Menglaba, RCA, Falcon Esports ex-coach. I'm telling you guys that there's always be tomorrow, and always rise, be strong, and be safe always. I love you all.
Words of respect
Thank you
and
so
love
much.
from Coach RC. We do stand with you, Myanmar, and we stand before you guys today with our winners, Team Liquid Philippines. Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. Team Liquid Philippines, uuwi sila. Pabalik ng kanilang bootcamp with a statement win after sweeping Smart Omega.
Exactly. They didn't even let them win one game. Talagang sweep na agad, diba? What a good series, Hans.
And I am sure na maraming masasabi ang ating mga casters about this. Kaya naman, casters, pasok.
Congratulations again, TLPH, and thank you also for the message there, Coach RC, and to, of course, everyone out there in Myanmar, our prayers and everything else with you guys. And yeah, it's kind of crazy that they are still able to compete and do all that because They barely have anything right now, signals or anything like that. So big shout outs to them. Now for MVP, KarlTzy 6-2 and 12 on this Joy. Just what a performance. He was a big factor on the macro scale this game.
Yep, we have been talking about all throughout the series that both the XP and the Roamer will play a huge part. But of course, who does the XP and the Roamers funnel? The course, the jungler and the gold laner, and KarlTzy with all his veteran moves as a Rockhart would like to coin it, really paved the way for this win for TLPH. And now I do believe that with this win from TLPH, they are inching more towards that first slot. And the performance coming from KarlTzy, the endless and relentless barrage of the damage output against the front line, the backliners of OMG really was a key in securing that victory against OMG. Although I would say that compared to game number 1, this game number 2 was more of a close fight because OMG really had a huge lead leading up into that victory. Despite that loss in that game number 2, it just so happens that they weren't able to properly react to the plays coming from KarlTzy. Him being able to burst down on Doryu multiple times, him pushing the side lanes to give them space and leading up to that Lord take. All of these things have played a huge part in their victory here in game number 2.
I'm not gonna lie, JP, you got us on the first half, man.
Yeah, I know.
That was a lot of slip-ups, you know, some major, I guess.
But
you know, Omega was just doing Omega things.
I felt the same thing, man. But then I was thinking about it. And I play Cho quite a bit. And I'm like, that happens
it's hard.
a lot.
It's
I'm
hard.
like,
It's
that's
hard.
kind of your job.
Yeah.
You know, like you have to put yourself in those
Make a play.
situations. Yeah. And you almost, the mindset there is like, I'm going to get this kick. I'm going to die.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to die, but I'm going to get this kick.
It's a
And
bonus, if
how
not.
many, yeah, and towards the end of the game, he was kicking Luis every time. And Antinara broke this down on exactly why that was so important. And so JP, in a way, it's like, okay, yeah, he struggled. You could see that struggling in the beginning of half of the game, but he was on point, especially later on when he was taking out completely Lewis of the equation.
Man.
It was almost like every single team fight at the end was a 4v5.
I felt so bad for Luis there. He couldn't play.
Oh, every time they showed his player cam, he's like, man, I just want to play.
Yeah, and it was difficult because a while ago, OMG was able to react properly to it, right? Like they were canceling JP's second phase of the Way of the Dragon. But later on, as the game dragged on, they weren't able to react in any way to those plays coming from JP. So I would say that despite KarlTzy paving the way for this victory, a huge chunk of it has also got to do with the fact that JP and the rest of TLPH knew what to do whenever JP has casted his Way of the Dragon already. So there's KarlTzy at the back lines. And even, I would say, even him, KarlTzy, whenever JP kicks Lewis, KarlTzy is always there with his electrifying beats. So as to be able to burst down Lewis really, really fast again, there were times wherein we've seen the Athena shield getting procced down as early as what, like 1 second into being kicked. And so he had no way of surviving any single chance of that team fight because again, he was a victim of JP's Way of the Dragon.
Yeah, so much damage dealt too by both gold laners again, and you know that's the thing. Like Jome, usually like in this game, it went long enough that we actually got to see Jome pump out a lot of damage, provide a lot of the fighting power for Smart Omega, but it just got to a point where they didn't really have that angle they were looking for to end the game. I was kind of surprised too because I almost did expect them to get to a game 3 with this one, but it just seemed apparent that they weren't able to answer on the macro level, and you can even see how much damage Jome did. He's the carry here for this game, and you know, even for Chaknu, there's a lot of times where with the Gana Contra, he wasn't able to you know, get the setups he was looking for with the Avatar of the Guardian. Yeah, he had the Revitalize, but also there was a couple moments where JP kicked the targets in the right way, which dodged the Avatar of the Guardian too. So those were, again, some big parts there. And our BPI rich guy for this game is going to be none other than OHEB here with the 850 GPM. Still OHEB. He's pretty rich there, man. Look at that. Almost 20,000 gold.
Yeah. So we want to believe the allegations that OHEB is rich.
I believe
right
so
now.
too.
I believe so too. But then in this in the entire day, this is the first time that the Granger isn't the MVP.
Yeah.
Yeah, first time.
True.
It's always been the Granger. I would say, though, that OHEB's performance is still the same. It just so happens that the reason why they won in that game is because of KarlTzy's I don't know, how do you translate it in English?
What?
Nanggugulang.
Basically, veteran moves.
Yeah, veteran moves. No other way to put it.
There's just no other way to put it.
Yeah.
You're using your experience to really get an edge over your opponents. You're trying to push them back into a corner whenever they try to fight back. That's just what veteran
confidence,
moves.
really, right?
Overflowing confidence or a farming KarlTzy.
Yeah.
That's what Rockhart's got right now without the glasses. I don't see him without the glasses much.
My glasses,
or
I think, are
farming right now.
broken.
Confidence. But let's hear the mic check here from TLPH for this game number 2.
Dasad ka lang. Mamatay ka tat. Sa akin. Pinapatay ako. Edit. May ulti edit. Okay lang. Jack, no hero. Wala latag, boy. Nice, boy. Ligyan na edit. Nice. Nakapa to. Stand ka. Walang bigyan ng dalawa. Winter Melon. Nakasuyo. Winter Melon.
And there you go, very active comms coming out from Team Liquid Philippines. And, you know, even in their interview, we heard that they do still kind of approach some of the games where, like, they are testing some things here and there. And it did, because, I mean, if you've been watching for a while, there were some fights that they took there. You're like, man,
we were like, what?
Why are they, you know, why are they fighting? But then I think it still is testing the limits, you know. We do have some breaking news for you guys. Like we mentioned earlier on, here it is. We have playoffs secured for TNC Pro Team. Congratulations
After
to them.
3 years.
After 3 years. What is that, 6 seasons?
Yeah.
Man.
TNC Pro Team makes
Welcome
it to the
back.
playoffs.
They're back.
They're
Yeah.
back.
And really, I think this is what Sir Eric, the CEO of TNC Pro Team, has been mentioning. The reason why he hasn't given up on TNC is because, you know, you encounter obstacles along the way.
Yeah.
But what matters more is seeing it into fruition, the dream. And now that they are back in the playoffs, we're gonna see the best performance of TNC yet in 6 seasons.
I can't wait to see it, man.
It's amazing because I think his philosophy there is like the way he approaches like other businesses. Like, oh, you only failed 5 times, 6 times. Like, that's nothing. I guess that's just the way that TNC approaches.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, I know there was those couple stipulations to get them to the playoffs. Yes, they lost their series earlier on, but they still make it with TLPH's victory. Congratulations to them. I hope to see them perform in the future for the playoffs. By the way, we have MPL PH Sunday's Best. This is a segment where we go back in MPL PH history to celebrate defining moments that led us to where we are now. For this edition, you guys remember the utility jungle, right? This was TNC Pro Team's SDZYZ in MPL Philippines Season 9. He made the Karina his signature hero after redefining how the jungle role is played by equipping, remember, the old Demon Slayer emblem, which is now Seasoned Hunter. So this was interesting because this had a huge impact on MLBB esports at large. Do you guys remember this?
You saw Ryzen playing a jungle Paquito. That was the meta back then.
And oh my gosh, the Eve was still 9x9.
It was a huge
no,
field.
3x3.
Big real world.
I missed that Eve, sorry. Please, bring it back.
No, I don't know if we want to bring it back because there was a time when all it was even Farsa. So.
Oh, there's the Gothic.
Oh, here we go. The first Acid, that's right, Acid Gothic style Legend dual form. By the way, highlight that dual form skin. Alpha, the Revenant of Roses skin trailer is now here.
Of course, as enemies flood towards the castle, like
is.
a tidal wave, Alpha inside merely scoffs. Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed.
This new skin will be available on March 22, along with the new item dynamic portrait, Revenant of Roses. So, what are you waiting for? Get yours now.
Get yours now. I got mine. But I'm going to let you guys know on a little secret. I have not seen the dual form skin because I haven't reached the 10 kills.
10 kills.
It's hard though, 10 kills.
Here we go though.
Here we are.
Oh my goodness.
One last slot.
One more slot to go. And this is crazy because we have a 2-week break. And we're going to have to wait to see what team is going to lock in the last slot there.
What a cliffhanger.
Next time.
Next time.
We will see.
On MPL Philippines.
Right.
Oh, man. But that's
2
why I was
weeks.
saying earlier, this is actually massive for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
And all their fans out there, because the fact that they got the 1 point here to round out week 6 set them apart. Because imagine if they didn't, you'd have 3 teams sitting at 1. And so they have that little upper hand right now, sitting at the 2 points. And so this will be a very interesting last 2 weeks once we get to week 7 and 8.
Yeah, and I think because of Twisted Mind's sweep, it was crucial because AP Bren was leading against them before. So they
There
were
you go.
580 and then 519 Twisted Minds at the time. So as of now, I would say Twisted Minds can relax freely, but they won't relax for sure because again, as what Coach Bonchan has mentioned, a lot of adjustments will be made in the 2-week break.
Yep, and as we talk about the Twisted Minds, the Minds from the Fancy Club are sitting at number 1 right now. They're 9-2. So the fans, or the Minds, are dominating our Fancy Club. And this is, again, a battle, a tournament that our fans of the teams compete in. And they also have their own playoffs later on.
That's
This
right.
is the Infinix MPL official tournament phone brought to us through them. And it's season 2, you know?
Yeah,
so
season 2.
It's been great. But, yeah, the Green Falcons down there at the bottom with the Sonics. This is like a reverse card of what we're seeing. The Minds, Cabranga, and the
Yes.
Beast. 1 through 3, man. You know?
I forgot which player posted it, but he posted, this is not the direct quote, but it goes along the lines of, finally, we are at the top of the standings, but only in the Fancy Laban. I think it was Sensui.
I think it was Sensui.
I think it was Sensui.
That's saying something. I still feel like they have a lot, right? I
Yeah.
still have a lot to work on, and 2 weeks.
Yep, 2 weeks. Just a reminder to you guys watching at home or around the world over here on the English stream, we have a 2-week break.
2 weeks.
We are back. What is it? April 25? April 25?
Yeah.
April 25. We'll be back that week. So in the meantime, you guys can catch SPS. That is happening starting
Next week.
Starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think for the
Mobile-
group stage. Yeah. So
Mobile Masters is going to be big. It's going to be fun.
it's going to be
A
great.
lot of other places.
Cheer for your teams out there, and we hope you've enjoyed the week 6 here for the MPL Philippines season 15. This has been a phenomenal weekend of action, and it's me, Naisu, Rockhart, and Nanti Anara. Thank you for joining us this weekend. We're going to throw it over to the stage host to close out the show.
And finally, after 3 days of intense matches and plot twists, biruin mo yun, Jamie, we're finally at the end of the show.
Hans' plot twist is right. Match 1 blew us away with Twisted Minds bouncing back and sweeping TNC. Sobrang saya ng mga fans nila kanina. They're really making their presence known. And alam mo, sulit na sulit ang family day ng mga fans ng Twisted Minds dito sa MPL Arena.
You know, we're talking about family. Would also like to send our sincerest congratulations para kay Coach Why Not for being the newly engaged couple of the MPL community. Jamie, napanood mo ba yun?
Oo, no, Hans. Isa ako sa mga team bahay. I was watching that and I was really rooting for Coach Why Not when he popped the question. Playoff secured na nga, engaged pa.
Ay, babalik ako dun sa playoff secured kasi meron na din tayong perfect term for the teams na nakakuha ng playoff security, which are Team Falcons and TNC Pro Team finally making their breakthrough after missing it for 3 years. Congratulations sa dalawang teams.
Indeed, congratulations sa dalawang teams. And you know what, Hans? Playoff secured buff ang Onyx Philippines and Team Falcons. Lalo't na naghahanda na sila this week for SPS.
Alam mo, kahit na magkakaroon tayo ng break, hindi titigil ang ating pagsuporta sa Onyx Philippines and Team Falcons dahil dadalhin nila ang ating lakas sa ibang bansa. Kaya huwag kayong papaawat para tunghayan ang Lakas ng Pinas. Kita-kits sa April 25.
Bye!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing. For those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset up. Built like a tank, buhat we hear that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender nor retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender nor retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas,